Section 1. Hey guys, tonight we're diving headfirst into a tale so old it's practically fossilized, and yet so ridiculous you'd think it was written by a sleep-deprived sitcom writer. Imagine this. You're not even a day old, still slick with ambrosial baby goo, and already plotting grand larceny. Not just any theft. No, you're about to steal sacred cows from your gloriously muscled older brother, who just so happens to be a literal sun god. Welcome to your first week alive, Hermes. The cave is dark, nestled high on Mount Selene, and you're lying in a little mossy bundle like a smug burrito. Maya, your nymph mom, is snoring gently in the corner. You peek out from your blanket, eyes way too clever for a newborn. No one suspects anything. Because, again, you're 1 day old. That's the sweet spot for alibis. Nobody ever blames the newborn. But you've got places to be. You wriggle out of the moss like a very determined worm. Your tiny toes touch the stone floor. And for some reason, you're already walking. Not toddling. Walking. You've barely even blinked in the mortal world, and already gravity is a suggestion. And then, you find a tortoise. Now, here's your first mainstream historical fact. Ancient Greeks used tortoiseshells for actual lyres. Musical ones. So when you pick up this poor tortoise, flip it over like a living soup bowl, and string some sheep gut over its belly, congratulations. You just invented the lyre. It squeaks out a sad little plink. You nod approvingly. That'll do. This will come in handy later. Somehow. Next mission. Cows. Word around Olympus, and by Olympus we mean divine gossip via wind, is that your golden-haired half-brother, Apollo, keeps a fancy herd down in Pieria. Sacred cows. The kind that moo in golden notes and probably smell like lavender. You sneak out of the cave, your little newborn feet making whispery slaps on the stone. But you're not stupid. You need a plan, so you do something extremely Hermes. You invent reverse cow tracks. Here's the fringe tidbit. Hermes, still swaddled in divine afterbirth, is credited with inventing not just the lyre, but also sandals. That's right. First fashion icon. You strap on some leafy footgear and then twist the cow hooves backwards. When the cows walk south, the tracks suggest they walked north, because nothing screams trustworthy like a baby already skilled in forensic misdirection. You find the cows grazing, looking profoundly unaware of the crime about to unfold. You shoo them into motion with some soothing coos and weird yodels you just made up. They follow. Because of course they do. You're Hermes. You lead them backward through brambles, over rivers, even through an actual cave, just to be dramatic. You're so efficient, you even think to sweep away stray cow hairs with a pine branch. Future crime scene analysts weep at your genius. You tuck the cows into a shady grotto and rub your tiny hands together. Boom. Job done. Except, not quite. You head back to Mount Selene, now with that smug baby waddle. And instead of just going to sleep and letting the crime marinate, you casually slide back into your moss bed and, for extra flair, pretend to sleep talk about rainbows. That's the moment Maya wakes up. She looks at you with the long, suffering expression of a single mother of a literal godling. What did you do? She sighs. You blink innocently. Maybe burp. Maya mutters something about nymphs not being paid enough for this nonsense. You snuggle deeper into your moss. Meanwhile, across Greece, the sun rises on Apollo's face like a divine spotlight. And the moment he realizes his cows are missing is the moment history begins to break. But that's a problem for later. For now, you, Hermes, godling of mischief and freshly invented footwear, drift off for a nap you've thoroughly earned. You dream of tortoise-shell guitars and cows with glittering hooves. And here's the scholarly debate du jour. Historians still argue whether Hermes' cattle theft myth represents a transition in Greek culture from pastoral to mercantile values, or if it's just a weird baby prank elevated to divine importance. Either way, you're the hero, or the villain, or both. But mostly, you're just getting started. Section 2. You wake up to the distant sound of Apollo screaming. Not just any scream, though. This is the kind that makes olive trees lean slightly away in discomfort. Somewhere out there, a shepherd hears the echo and quietly decides to change careers. You, however, blink up at the ceiling of your cave and smile. A very punchable baby smile. Everything is going according to plan. Because, let's be real, stealing the cows was the easy part. Now comes the art of not getting caught. And for that, you need style. You slip out of your moss blanket like a greased sardine. Your little feet still sporting those leafy sandals you designed with the flair of a Pinterest board come to life. You hustle down toward the cave entrance, glancing up at the morning sky. Bright. Sunny. The kind of day Apollo should be enjoying. But he's not, because he's about to lose his mind, and maybe his sacred herd. This is where you shine. Operation Hide the Cows is underway. First, you double-check the hiding spot. You'd stashed the herd deep inside a shadowy grotto surrounded by reeds, rocks, and questionable smells. The cows are still there, chewing thoughtfully, like they are halfway through composing a jazz album in their heads. One of them moos, and you quietly shush it. Another one sneezes. "Seriously?" you whisper. You then do something only Hermes would consider completely normal. You invent cow shoes. That's right. You take bark, reeds, and some divine ingenuity, and you make hoof covers, not because the cows are cold, but because if anyone tries to track them by their cloven prints, they'll find nothing but weird, floppy sandal shapes. This is either brilliance or the fever dream of a god baby who skipped crawling and went straight to heist architecture. And let's drop a mainstream historical fact here for a moment. Greeks really did believe that gods like Hermes created entire technologies in a single flash. The myth of the cow shoe is part of why Hermes became associated with craft, invention, and all things sneakily clever. You even craft a decoy trail leading to the coast, where you carefully splash some water around to suggest the cows swam off. Can cows swim? No one knows. Apollo probably doesn't either. It's called plausible confusion. Once the tracks are good and misleading, you go full toddler zen and meander home. You slip back into your baby nest like an innocent cabbage patch. Just a sleepy infant. No hidden cows here. Nope, just soft breathing and that faint smell of adventure and tortoise. And right on cue, boom! Apollo storms in. Now, you've seen dramatic entrances. You invented dramatic entrances. But Apollo, he turns it into performance art. Hair glowing, muscles flexing, eyes practically shooting sunbeams, he barges into Maya's cave like a golden hurricane with a lyre in one hand and a scowl that could curdle ambrosia. "Where are my cows?" he bellows. You sit up in your blanket, blink, and yawn. "I'm just a baby," you squeak. Maya's face says it all. She stares at you, then at Apollo, then back at you. She pinches the bridge of her nose. "My son," she mutters, "was born yesterday." "Exactly," Apollo growls. "Which means this chaos has his fingerprints all over it." You look at your hands, chubby, clean, 0 fingerprints. You hold them up for inspection and burp for effect. It does not help. Apollo points an accusatory finger. "I saw the cave. I saw the tortoise lyre. I smelled Hermes all over that field." Now, here comes your boldest move yet. You deny everything. You cross your arms, look your brother dead in the eyes, and say something that will echo through divine history. "I was sleeping. I can't even walk. I'm swaddled." Maybe you lost them. Apollo's jaw twitches. His radiant chest heaves. He begins quoting obscure solar hymns about divine wrath. You interrupt with a hiccup. Maya sighs again. You can tell she's deciding between pretending you were adopted or becoming a full-time fern. Apollo paces. You yawn. Tension crackles like lightning through olive branches. And here's a lovely fringe detail. In some early accounts of the myth, Hermes allegedly farted to interrupt Apollo's tirade. It was described as an impudent noise. That's right. Divine flatulence as courtroom objection. You make that sound now, softly, and grin. Apollo almost combusts. But there's only so far this divine sibling drama can go before Olympus notices. And they do. The clouds above the mountain tremble. A low rumble rolls through the air like thunder, clearing its throat. And suddenly, both of you, Apollo with rage, you with excessive innocence, are lifted into the sky, straight to Dad, because Zeus has summoned you. And historically speaking, Zeus, king of gods, hated dealing with kid fights. He had wars to plan, goddesses to chase, and lightning bolts to polish. Babysitting wasn't on the agenda. But here he comes now, gliding down from a cloud throne with a face like a disappointed principal. "Who took the cows?" he says, before he's even properly seated. Apollo launches into a long and unnecessarily poetic description of the missing herd, including their sacred lineage, their harmonic moos, and something about their eyes reflecting the dawn. You shrug. "I think he lost them," you say. "I'm just a baby." "Who talks?" Zeus points out. "Advanced development," you reply solemnly. Historians still argue whether this scene was meant to show the cleverness of trickster deities, or just to illustrate how Greek gods parent with the same enthusiasm as damp cardboard. But one thing is clear. Zeus isn't mad. He's trying not to laugh. Because when you launch into your fake, sincere speech about innocence and diapers, and not even knowing what a cow is, you accidentally mention hoof prints and reed shoes. Apollo seizes on it. Zeus raises an eyebrow. And you realize, oops, you may have over-delivered. Section 3. Apollo explodes. Not literally, though it's a close call. His hair seems to flare brighter, like someone cranked up the sun's saturation. Even Zeus winces slightly, shielding his eyes with a dismissive hand. "He confessed!" Apollo roars, gesturing at you with all the drama of a stage actor in his third wine. "I did not," you protest, adjusting your mossy baby wrap like it's a three-piece suit. "I was just hypothesizing. A theoretical cow scenario." Zeus chuckles under his breath. The throne room of Olympus, the polished marble, the billowing cloud curtains, the ambient harp music playing from no discernible source, has now become your playground. And this is your moment. You glance around at the other gods gathering nearby. Hera's lounging on a chaise with a look of passive disinterest. Ares is taking bets with Hermes' future patrons. Aphrodite's painting her nails with crushed rose petals. This is, evidently, the event of the week. "Let's retrace our steps," Apollo hisses, circling you. "Yesterday, I had 50 cows. This morning, I have none. And by nightfall, this baby had tortoise guts strung into a functioning instrument." You strum the lyre lightly, letting out a twang that sounds suspiciously like a smug shrug. Apollo continues. "They were sacred, consecrated to Helios. Each one descended from the celestial bull that—" "Pooped golden pellets?" you offer helpfully. A few nearby gods snort into their goblets. But here's the thing. Zeus is clearly entertained. He strokes his beard with a thoughtful hum. The sky outside flickers with lightning that you're pretty sure is just for show. You decide it's time to break out the charm. You toddle forward, hands raised like a hostage negotiator. "Look," you say softly. "Maybe there were cows. Maybe there weren't. What if we just focus on what I did bring?" Apollo throws his arms in the air. "What you did bring? You mean the stringed instrument made out of roadkill?" "It sings," you say defensively, plucking a gentle melody. "And it's educational, very Montessori." You pluck again. This time, a soft, resonant tune fills the air. The gods pause. Even Hera lowers her glass slightly. You strum a few more notes, gentle, precise, mesmerizing. Suddenly, you're not just a lying baby. You're a baby bard. You close your eyes as the melody weaves through the throne room like sunlight in the breeze. It's weirdly beautiful, a little sad, and entirely captivating. Even Apollo stops mid-tantrum. The lyre quiets. You open one eye. "So, you want to trade?" That's the real kicker. Because in that moment, Apollo, the god of music, sees the lyre not as a joke, but as a revelation. This thing hums with potential. It's raw, primal, and kind of edgy, like a moody acoustic band before they sell out. And here's a lovely historical tidbit. This exact myth is why Apollo is often shown with a lyre, even though Hermes was the one who invented it. Because, yes, Apollo traded cows for the world's first instrument. Zeus raises an eyebrow. "You're offering this in exchange?" You nod. "All 50 cows. Well, 49. One may have wandered." "Into a stew pot?" Apollo snaps. "Allegedly." The negotiation goes silent. The room holds its breath. Apollo walks forward slowly. He extends his hand, palm up. You place the lyre into it. He plucks. A pure note rings out like moonlight. He nods once. Deal? And just like that, the tension unravels. Zeus claps his hands, mostly just to signal that he's bored now. Settled? No trial? No thunderbolts? Let's all move on. Apollo glares at you, but clutches the lyre like a child with a new toy. He mumbles something about tuning it and glides off into a corner, already composing moody verses about betrayal and redemption. You, meanwhile, are feeling extremely pleased with yourself. Not only did you pull off divine-level cattle theft, but you just launched a career in musical entrepreneurship. Maya picks you up and sighs into your curly hair. I don't even want to know how the tortoise got involved. You pat her cheek. It was consensual. Zeus, chuckling, turns back to his throne and calls for nectar. The court disperses. And just like that, everything seems back to normal. Except it's not. Because Apollo, while plucking the lyre like a moody teenage bard, glances at you with narrowed eyes. There's something else brewing behind that golden pout. Something official. You feel a shift, a ripple in the divine tension. You've won the round, but you can already sense what's coming next. Apollo's going to find a way to file a formal complaint. Historians still argue whether this exchange, baby steals cows, invents music, sells it back for beef, was meant to signify the gods' playful approach to morality, or just to highlight how most family feuds can be solved by bribery and song. But for you, it's Tuesday. Section 4. So, you think you're in the clear. You're lounging back in your moss cradle, enjoying the afterglow of your dazzling performance in divine negotiations. You made a musical instrument out of a turtle, pawned it off to your own brother, and ended up with your innocence mostly intact. Honestly, that's a better outcome than most mortals get after sneezing near a sacred spring. But then, Apollo files a complaint. You don't hear about it right away. You find out when Iris, the rainbow messenger, drops by with a scroll tied in a ribbon so aggressively gold it actually gives you a headache. She doesn't say anything, just raises one rainbow-tinted eyebrow, hands it to you, and vanishes with a flourish that kicks up glitter. You stare at the scroll. It's sealed with a sunburst emblem and a suspicious amount of pomposity. You untie it. Inside is what might generously be called a divine grievance. Apollo's handwriting is suspiciously neat, full of grand flourishes and legalese that absolutely no one asked for. To summarize, he claims emotional trauma, cow-related stress, musical whiplash, and unlawful acquisition of divine property while under the guise of infantile ignorance. He includes illustrations. One of them is a cartoon of you with shifty eyes and 30 cows stuffed into your diaper. You snort. The thing that really gets you, though, is that he didn't go to Zeus. No, Apollo went full bureaucracy. He filed the complaint with Themis, the goddess of divine law herself. And now you're expected to appear. Oh, joy. You grab your little reed bag and pack the essentials. A handful of lyre strings, souvenirs, some grape jelly for energy, and a stick of charcoal in case you need to forge any legal documents mid-trial. You wrap yourself in a fresh linen and head up toward the divine assembly with the gait of someone who may or may not intend to represent themselves in court. The gods are already gathering. The great hall on Olympus has transformed. Marble benches now line the chamber. Fountains gurgle softly at the corners. Columns glow faintly with divine energy. And at the far end, Themis herself sits, back ramrod straight, holding her scales in one hand and a very sharp scroll cutter in the other. She does not look amused. And here's your mainstream historical fact. Themis, as the personification of divine law, was believed to mediate the laws of both gods and mortals. No one defied her decisions, not even Zeus, mostly because she had that terrifying, disappointed librarian energy. You're escorted to the defendant's seat by Hermes' future interns, two very confused owls wearing laurel wreaths. Across the chamber, Apollo reclines, like he's on the cover of a tragic poetry anthology. He's dressed in ceremonial gold, his hair done in overly dramatic braids, and his expression fixed in something between heartbreak and superiority. He smiles thinly at you. You wave, then wink. This only makes it worse. Maya sits in the gallery, chewing her lip and whispering to Hera, who is pretending not to care, but is very obviously placing bets with Hestia. Themis bangs her staff once and begins. "Apollo, son of Zeus," she says, "you claim to have been wronged." Apollo stands and launches into a monologue that sounds like it was ghost-written by a melodramatic playwright. He describes his cows as celestial companions, his brother as a scheming cradle dweller, and his trauma as incalculable. You fake a sneeze into your grape jelly. Then Themis turns to you. "Hermes, also son of Zeus," she says. "You may respond." You stand. Adjust your toga. Take a moment to sip your jelly dramatically. "Esteemed council," you begin, "I am but a humble baby." A chuckle rolls through the gallery. Athena raises one eyebrow. Dionysus spits wine through his nose. Even Ares, who previously looked like he'd rather be stabbing something, leans forward slightly. You continue. "I cannot even spell cow, much less commit theft. Is it not plausible that these beasts merely wandered? Or were, dare I say, misplaced? I propose that my brother has simply miscounted." Apollo slaps a palm to his forehead. You pull out a scroll, completely blank, and pretend to read from it. Furthermore, Article 7 of the Divine Toddler Rights states that no newborn deity shall be held responsible for minor transgressions committed within the first 3 sun cycles of life. "That doesn't exist," Themis says flatly. "Doesn't it?" You reply, eyes wide. Now here's a juicy fringe tidbit. In some lesser-known versions of the Hermes myth, it's said that the god once tried to invent law itself. For fun. He wasn't interested in justice, really, just in finding loopholes faster than anyone could close them. You flash a smile so disarming it could be weaponized, and sit back down. Themis exhales sharply. "This will require witnesses." And just like that, the trial is officially underway. You lean back and sigh. You were hoping for a nap. Historians still argue whether Hermes' antics in this early myth were meant to show the chaotic birth of structured law, or whether it was just a divine roast of how little the gods actually cared about rules. Either way, you've just been summoned. And you wouldn't miss this circus for the world. Section 5. Themis taps her staff once more, and the courtroom hushes like someone just ripped a scroll in a library. Her gaze is sharp enough to split olives. "We will now proceed with witness testimony," she declares, in that tone that says she absolutely did not plan to spend her immortal afternoon playing referee to divine toddlers. But first, Apollo, Hermes. This matter now falls under full divine arbitration. The court is assembled. You will remain civil. You and Apollo both nod. You with a cheeky grin. Apollo with a face like someone just told him his harp was out of tune. Themis continues. The first witness will be summoned shortly. And just like that, the air shimmers. The walls breathe. The courtroom tilts ever so slightly, not physically, but in that metaphysical way that says a new force just walked in. It's not thunder. It's not lightning. It's just Dad. Zeus enters, not in a dramatic explosion, but in a relaxed stroll, like he just came from brunch with a dryad and remembered he had a child's trial to attend. He takes his place beside Themis, looking mildly amused. "I figured I'd drop in," he says, stretching slightly. "I heard my children are suing each other. Again." Themis doesn't even look at him. "You're late." "I'm immortal. I'm never late." She gives him a look. He quiets. And that's when you realize something very important. Zeus isn't here to help either of you. He's here for entertainment. You know this because he's holding a small dish of olives and is clearly chewing something. Still, you stay cool. You adjust your toga. Then you notice your baby legs are dangling off the bench, not quite touching the floor, and you decide to cross them anyway, for dignity. Apollo, for his part, is trying very hard to appear noble. He's even glowing slightly, which is a classic intimidation tactic, but it's undermined slightly by the fact that one of his braids has come undone and is now trailing like a sad sunbeam. Then, the first witness is called. "Bring forth Maya." Your mom. There's a subtle shift in the air, like Olympus is collectively wondering if Maya will defend you or sell you out. She appears in a shimmer of green and gold, the scent of moss and morning dew trailing behind her. She's barefoot, elegant, and already has that "I'm not mad, just very tired" expression that mothers of mischievous gods specialize in. "State your relation to the defendant," Themis says. Maya raises an eyebrow. "I created him, carried him, fed him, and cleaned up after him when he put reeds in the cave's ventilation to make ambiance." "Noted," Themis replies dryly. "What do you know of the alleged cow theft?" Maya crosses her arms. "I know that my son was born yesterday. I also know that when I woke up, he was pretending to sleep with one eye open and smelled suspiciously, like bovine." Apollo gestures wildly. "Exactly," she continues. "But I also know Apollo has a flair for blaming others whenever he misplaces anything. The last time he lost his sandals, he accused a passing storm cloud." Zeus laughs, almost choking on an olive. Apollo flushes. "It was shaped exactly like a foot." Maya shrugs. "All I'm saying is, he's a baby. Maybe he stole the cows. Maybe he didn't. But you've got to admit, that's impressive." Themis blinks. "That was not a testimony of clarity. Maya smiles and vanishes into a puff of fragrant mist. Next, Themis announces, "The second witness is the mortal shepherd, Gylax of Pieria." And oh boy, Gylax is summoned from the mortal realm in a swirl of confusion and sheep fluff. He lands in the courtroom, clutching a wooden crook and looking thoroughly overwhelmed. He's got hay in his beard and the eyes of a man who just got yanked out of his lunch break by celestial summons. "State your name and purpose," Themis says. Gylax. I herd things, mostly sheep, occasionally goats, once a goose." "And your knowledge of the cattle in question?" "Oh, aye," he says, scratching his head. "Saw the whole thing. Was sitting under my tree minding my bread and olives when I see the cows walking backwards." Gasps. Even Hera looks up. "Backwards?" Themis echoes. "Aye, hoof prints were all wrong, like they moonwalked into the next valley. And I swore I saw a baby with a reed staff giggling like he'd just pooped lightning." You give a small bow from your seat. Apollo throws his hands up. "Thank you. That is irrefutable evidence." "Not quite," you counter. "This man also once told people he saw a centaur made of bees." Gylax nods proudly. "Still stand by it? Sweetest creature I've ever met." Themis sighs so hard a scroll falls off the desk. And here's your mainstream historical gem. In Greek myths, mortals often pop into godly affairs and are either profoundly unhelpful or so confused that the gods just delete them from memory afterward. Poor Gylax is now officially both. "I've seen things," he mumbles, as he's ushered back to the mortal realm, probably into 10 years of very expensive therapy. Apollo is now vibrating with victory energy. You can see him preparing his smug speech already. But Zeus clears his throat and leans forward. "I think," he says, "we could all use a little recess. Let's not rush justice." Translation: he wants to grab more olives. Themis, sensing that the room is descending into absurdity and grape-stain warfare, nods. "Court is adjourned. Recess for 1 hour." You slide off the bench, stretch, and smirk at Apollo. "That went well," you say. "You're going to be smited," he mutters. "Maybe, but I'll do it stylishly." Historians still argue whether these divine trials were metaphors for human legal processes or just deeply cathartic god soap operas with togas and lightning. Either way, you've made it to recess without being vaporized. And that, for a baby, is a win. Section 6. Recess on Olympus is, of course, nothing like mortal recess. There's no tetherball, no juice boxes. Instead, it's gods playing ethereal chess with constellations, a few nymphs gossiping over ambrosia spritzers, and Dionysus handing out hallucinogenic grapes just for the vibes. You, Hermes, take the opportunity to do what you do best: cause low-grade chaos with plausible deniability. First stop, Dionysus's picnic blanket. The god of wine is wearing a leopard print toga and reclining on a pile of cushions like he invented hammocks. Which, to be fair, he might have. He squints at you. "Aren't you the lyre baby?" "That's me," you say, plucking a tiny harp string you carry around, like a calling card. "You want a fermented fig?" he offers. "I'm already high on courtroom adrenaline," you reply, popping a grape into your mouth and dramatically leaning back like a tiny philosopher. You scan the courtyard. Apollo is pacing by a golden column, talking to himself. Every so often, he pauses to scribble in a notebook. You're guessing it's either an outline for his closing argument or an aggressively rhymed poem about cow betrayal. Athena is nearby, practicing cross-examinations by grilling a dryad on the ethics of vine growth. Ares is arm-wrestling a wind spirit. Hestia is meditating near a gentle fire, probably the only calm being on the mountain. And Zeus? Zeus is now wearing sunglasses, indoors. Because why not? You spot Maya sitting under an olive tree, rubbing her temples. "Mother," you say, dropping into her shadow. She gives you a long look. Are you about to confess something, or make it worse? Bit of both. You shrug. She sighs. Try not to break Olympus. No promises. You scamper off. You find a quiet spot by a fountain and pull out your charcoal. It's time to prepare your own evidence. Now, you don't have scrolls or witnesses or a moral high ground. But what you do have is style. You begin sketching out what could generously be called exhibits. Exhibit A is a crayon drawing of you hugging a cow. Exhibit B is a map of Pieria with a stick figure of Apollo falling into a mud puddle. Exhibit C is a sandal with "not guilty" written across the sole. Perfect. You tuck them into a bundle and seal it with wax you borrowed from Hephaestus's candle stand. You feel unstoppable. And speaking of Hephaestus, he limps over just then, looking curious. You drawing battle plans or doodling your own grave? Evidence, you say proudly. He snorts. Want a character witness? I'll testify for 2 honey cakes and a foot rub. Tempting, you nod. Hold that thought. Now for the fringe tidbit of this section. In some obscure versions of the Hermes myths, he is said to have invented diplomacy, not as a means to peace, but as a tool to keep things just disorganized enough that no one ever finishes a proper war, which is very on brand. The recess bell rings. Not a literal bell, more like a thunderclap made from harp strings. Everyone grumbles slightly and files back in. Dionysus drops a handful of grapes behind Apollo's chair. Ares tries to sneak in a javelin. Themis glares, and the javelin turns into a scroll. It sulks. Court is back in session. You leap into your seat with the enthusiasm of someone who absolutely did not spend the break forging fake documents. Themis raps her staff. We will now hear from the chief divine authority. Zeus, father of the parties involved, may speak. Zeus stands up slowly, stretching his arms as if preparing for a nap rather than judgment. I'll be honest, he says, voice echoing. This is all very entertaining. Apollo face palms. You nod appreciatively. Zeus continues. I remember when I was young and stealing sacred animals. That used to be normal. Those were sacred swans, Hera mutters. Zeus waves her off. Anyway, I've seen some decent arguments. Apollo's mad, Hermes is smug, and somewhere there's a mortal who now thinks cows can walk backwards on purpose. There's a ripple of laughter through the gallery. He shrugs. Frankly, I don't see any reason for punishments. Apollo opens his mouth, but Zeus raises a hand. That said, this has gone public. The satyrs are doing reenactments already. One of them put on a diaper and shouted, "I plead the fifth," before tripping into a wine vat. The reputation of Olympus is at stake. Themis chimes in, her tone crisp. Therefore, we may consider a countersuit. The courtroom stills. You blink. I can sue him? You already did, Themis replies, not looking up from her scroll. Technically, via counter-grievance filed by Messenger B during recess. You smile. Apollo looks like he just swallowed a hot coal. I submit my exhibits, you say, pulling out the crayon drawings and the not guilty sandal. Themis examines them with the expression of someone actively regretting immortality. Zeus leans over. You drew Apollo falling in poop? Mud, you say sweetly. Probably. Even Themis snorts softly before composing herself. Proceeding with counterclaims tomorrow, we will reconvene at sunrise. Apollo groans. You fist bump yourself under the bench. Historians still argue whether this myth marked the earliest representation of counter-litigation in divine lore, or if it was just a divine sibling rivalry that got wildly out of hand and became a 3-act farce. Either way, you now have a court date for your own case. And you're going to make it weird. Section 7. The next morning arrives in true Olympus fashion. With a sunrise so dramatic, it looks like Apollo's personal Instagram filter. The sky glows gold. Birds sing in perfect harmony. And somewhere, a cherub probably irons Apollo's toga. But you? You roll out of your divine cradle with a stretch, knock over a scroll tube filled with prank ideas, and yawn into the kind of day where you, a baby barely 1 week old, are officially countersuing a sun god. You take a deep breath and mutter, "Let's get theatrical." Because today isn't just any courtroom day. Today is the day you present your case against Apollo, complete with your own wild accusations, possibly a musical number, and definitely some visual aids that involve goats. You tie your baby toga just a little tighter for intimidation. As you approach the grand court of Olympus again, marble columns glowing, clouds hovering like nosy neighbors, you hear the rumblings of an expectant crowd. Word has spread. A baby is suing a full-grown god for emotional distress, liar-based manipulation, and generalized smugness. Even the titans are probably watching through astral binoculars. You strut through the golden hall with a bundle of scrolls under one arm and a pouch of powdered sugar in the other. For dramatic effect, you plan to sneeze mid-testimony and blame it on emotional trauma. Apollo's already there, naturally. He's arranged his curls in golden waves. His robe sparkles. You suspect glitter. And he's seated like someone preparing for a painting. You give him a nod. Ready to lose again? He doesn't look up. I'm ready for justice. You raise a brow. Well, that's awkward. I'm bringing interpretive dance. He finally glances over, and you could swear the sun dims a little behind his eyes. Themis enters, majestic as ever, and Zeus lounges in the high seat beside her with a fresh bowl of olives. He's wearing what might be pajamas made of lightning bolts. His vibe says, "Woke up 10 minutes ago, not sorry." Themis bangs her staff. We reconvene for Hermes vs. Apollo, countersuit 001. You stand. Your honors, esteemed gods, casual onlookers, and bored immortal squirrels, today I present to you my truth. A few muses start humming in the background. You didn't plan that. But you don't stop them either. You open your scroll. My claim is simple, you begin. While I did temporarily redirect a herd of cattle, this act, minor, barely even a misdemeanor, has since been exaggerated by my brother into a campaign of targeted sibling harassment. Apollo's jaw tightens. You march forward. Since returning the cows and inventing the lyre, which, by the way, Apollo immediately claimed, my brother has. 1. Publicly humiliated me with poems comparing me to pond scum. 2. Nicknamed me Baby Bovine Bandit. And 3. Started a literal sunbeam gossip column about my digestive noises. Snickers from the back. Poseidon nearly chokes on a fish. Furthermore, you continue, waving a doodle, I offer Exhibit D, a drawing of Apollo screaming at a missing cow, while I peacefully nap nearby, innocent and glowing with potential. Themis sighs. Hermes, your exhibits are non-traditional. Thank you. And this goat, she points. That's Kevin, you say. He's an emotional support goat. And a witness. Kevin the goat trots up the aisle with a tiny scroll case tied to his horn. You dramatically unroll it. This is a signed statement, hoof-printed, actually, from the goat who witnessed Apollo try to write a limerick about me involving cow dung and falling off a cloud. Apollo jumps up. That goat was bribed. Objection, you say. He was paid in celery. That's compensation, not bribery. Zeus leans over to Themis and mutters, Is this the one where he dances? Themis nods grimly. And yes, here comes your interpretive portion. You step to the center of the courtroom and take a breath. The muses start playing something suspiciously close to a lullaby meets jazz fusion. You begin to move, arms flailing gently, toga flapping like a philosophical curtain, sandals squeaking in rhythm. This, you say mid-sway, is the dance of emotional trauma. One twirl. This is the twang of musical theft. You pluck a lyre string. 2 pirouettes. And this, you pause dramatically, flipping into a squat like a morally conflicted frog, is the crushing weight of being called the thief that tooteth. There is silence, then laughter, loud, godly, undignified laughter. Zeus slaps his thigh. Athena presses a palm to her face. Dionysus has tears in his eyes. Hera is furious, but at Apollo, oddly enough. You did call him that, she says. Apollo mutters, It was a metaphor. Themis clears her throat, clearly doing mental yoga to stay on track. Apollo, your rebuttal? Apollo stands, smooth as sunlight. Hermes is a child. A genius, sure, but a chaotic one. I maintain he caused me harm. I maintain he endangered divine order. You were mad? You interrupt. Because I made something cooler than your harp. Admit it. He hesitates, just briefly. Historians, you say, spinning to the gallery, still argue whether Apollo felt threatened by the emergence of a new sound, a newer, edgier god of music. You bow. And now, you say, I rest my case. Apollo sighs and slumps slightly into his seat. Even he can tell. You just steamrolled this round. Themis leans back, adjusting the golden scales beside her. We will deliberate on the countersuit. For now, court is adjourned. Go have lunch, or throw thunder, or whatever it is you gods do. You grin. You've just danced your way through divine litigation and come out stronger. And here's the scholarly debate of the day. Some interpret Hermes's wild courtroom antics as an allegory for the tension between old and new forms of communication. Poetry versus invention, tradition versus innovation. Others say it's just a story about a baby being really extra. Both are probably right. Section 8. You swagger out of the courtroom with the smug satisfaction of a baby who just sued a solar deity and won the moral high ground via interpretive dance. Apollo, meanwhile, trails behind like a slightly melted statue, muttering about the death of oratory, and occasionally kicking at decorative pebbles with his gold-laced sandals. You'd feel bad for him if he hadn't started the whole two-tith thing. But now that the courtroom drama is temporarily on hold, it's time for the gods to do what they do best: gossip and bargain. Because when the law stalls, the barter system kicks in. And Olympus is nothing if not one giant celestial flea market with delusions of grandeur. It starts, as most divine pettiness does, with a trade. You've barely had time to grab a honey cake from a passing dryad when Apollo sidles up beside you and says, voice low, "I want the lyre back." You nearly choke on your cake. "Excuse me?" "The lyre," he says again, lips tight. "I'm beginning to suspect you shortchanged me." You chew slowly. "This about the goat poem again?" "It was a first draft." You snort. "You got 50 cows for a hollowed-out tortoise with strings. Now you want a refund?" Apollo glowers. "It's not about cows anymore. It's the principle." That's rich, coming from the god who once turned a mortal into a flower because he lost a discus toss. You pat his shoulder gently. "You gave me 50 sacred cows for what is now the single most influential instrument in Greek history. You're welcome. And here's your mainstream historical moment. The lyre, thanks to this myth, becomes Apollo's signature instrument, despite the fact that Hermes built it from roadkill and whimsy. It eventually symbolizes order, beauty, and divinely sanctioned art. Ironic, considering it was born from toddler theft and a fart joke. Apollo paces. "I propose a trade," he finally says. You raise an eyebrow. "Go on." You return the lyre. "In exchange, I teach you divination." You blink. "You mean the whole peek into the future, bend fate, spooky prophecy stuff?" He nods. "And I don't have to give the cows back?" A sigh. "You can keep the cows." You rub your chin thoughtfully, despite the fact that you have zero chin and mostly soft cheek at this point. Now this is interesting. Divination is Apollo's turf. Oracle-level prestige, exclusive access to temples, worshippers hanging on your every vague prediction. That's power. That's visibility. That's exactly what you want. But you squint at him. "What's the catch?" "There's always a catch." Apollo hesitates, then gestures vaguely toward the sky. "You'd get limited access, not the full Delphic package, just basic prophetic utilities." "So, what? Like the free version of an Oracle app?" Before you can reply, Athena drifts into the conversation, arms crossed, eyes sharp. "Be very careful, Hermes," she says. "Apollo's prophecies are powerful, yes, but they come with strings, sacred strings." You grin. "Like the lyre?" She doesn't laugh. It's no joke. Prophecy changes how you see things. Too much foresight, and you start playing the future like a game. You glance at Apollo. He's glowing slightly. Not from sunlight, just ego. You turn back to Athena. Is that what happened to him? She shrugs. He's been predicting his own bath schedule for centuries. I'm very punctual, Apollo mutters. And here's your fringe fact of the day. In certain fringe versions of the myth, Hermes did not only steal the cows, but also snuck a peek into Apollo's prophetic domain, using stolen incense and a mirror. Some scholars think that's how he began his side hustle in dream messaging, shadowy visions, and sneak previews of destiny. You weigh your options. Give up the lyre and gain glimpses of the future? Or keep your beautifully chaotic invention and let Apollo stew in his poetic angst? You're Hermes. You hate being boxed in. So, naturally, you choose chaos. How about this, you say? We swap access. Apollo frowns. What? I teach you how the lyre feels, how it bends emotion. You let me poke around the prophetic shadows, a little of this, a little of that. Apollo opens his mouth, then closes it. He considers. A pause. Then, fine. A temporary trade. 1 week. You grin. Done. The gods nearby murmur approvingly. Poseidon throws a handful of sea salt confetti in celebration. Dionysus toasts to legal loopholes and musical mood swings. Even Artemis, who's usually too cool for anything with a plot, raises an eyebrow of vague interest. You and Apollo shake hands. There's a shimmer, a slight tug in your chest, as if knowledge, dense, glowing, warm, is sliding between you like 2 wires connecting. You feel it, that strange taste of prophetic energy, flickers of things that haven't happened yet, whispers of futures that might or might not. And Apollo? He strums the lyre. It sounds different now, softer. He frowns slightly, maybe realizing that the magic wasn't just in the strings, but in the mischief of its maker. Zeus claps once. A deal has been made. A new domain begins. You feel it settle into your bones. A new spark in your portfolio. One more thing under the divine belt. God of travelers? Yes. Thieves? Absolutely. But now, messenger of fate. Historians still argue whether this exchange was a literal division of divine roles or a symbolic reflection of how innovation and tradition must constantly negotiate. Or maybe, just maybe, it was 2 immortal brothers learning to share power without stabbing each other. For once, but just in case, you keep your backup lyre hidden in your toga. Section 9. You would think, that after stealing cows, inventing music, holding court against the literal god of the sun, and casually trading psychic powers like Pokemon cards, you'd be allowed to nap. But no, because now Apollo is going through what can only be described as a post-cow inspiration funk. He's sulking. And not just regular, I lost a legal argument to an infant sulking. No, this is full-scale, artist in existential crisis sulking. He's holed up in his temple, lying dramatically across polished marble steps, shirt strategically unbuttoned. You're pretty sure he undid the last one just for the breeze. cradling the lyre like a dying swan. His hair is in disarray, which, coming from Apollo, means one curl is slightly out of place. You find him exactly like this when you arrive with a jar of olives and 2 cups of watered-down nectar. You figured it was polite. Also, you needed to see if he'd finally written that saw ballad he threatened during the trial. He looks up with tragic glint in his eye. Do you think my creative well has dried? You stare at him. You literally are the god of music. Exactly. Which means the well shouldn't dry. And yet, here I am, parched, mournful, a sunbeam without a song. You glance around the temple. Incense swirls through columns, half-written verses lie scattered across scrolls, and there's a portrait he painted of himself weeping under a moon. Very subtle. I think, you say. You're overthinking this. He gestures at the lyre in his lap. It's different now. It used to sing with tension, rebellion. Now it sounds soft, like it misses you. You smirk. Ah, is your divine harp lonely? I mean, he mumbles, maybe a little. You pluck the lyre gently. It hums like it's saying hi. And here's your mainstream historical tidbit. In ancient Greek culture, the lyre was more than just an instrument. It symbolized harmony between human emotion and divine order. That's why Apollo wanted it in the first place. But what he forgot was chaos births invention. And you, Hermes, are chaos incarnate in a diaper. You're in a funk, you say, because the lyre came from me. It's part trickster. It doesn't respond to broody poetry and wistful sighs. It needs movement, mischief, improvisation. Apollo narrows his eyes. Are you suggesting jazz? You shrug. I'm just saying, maybe try something that doesn't involve moonlight and betrayal metaphors every other line. He groans, flopping back onto his temple steps. You wouldn't understand. You've never had your muse abandon you. You blink. I'm 1 week old. My muse hasn't even arrived yet. He sits up slowly, rubbing his temples. This prophetic stuff you gave me, it's loud. My mind's full of futures, all overlapping. It's hard to write when you already know the ending. You pause. That actually makes sense, because the last few days, you felt it too. That itch of pre-knowledge, the sensation that you've already done something before it even happens. You predicted a bird was going to poop on Hephaestus's forge yesterday, and it did. You thought Dionysus would attempt to marry a tree, and by sunset, he was holding hands with an oak named Sandra. The future hums inside you now, and it's a lot. It's not broken, you say, nodding at the lyre. You just forgot it's not a mirror. It's a door. You can't play it from the outside. Apollo frowns. So what do you suggest? Pranks? You grin. Obviously. And here's your fringe fact for the night. Some surviving fragments from late Orphic cult writings suggest that Hermes and Apollo co-composed a song together after their feud. An early example of divine collaboration, where order met chaos. And music literally stitched together 2 conflicting domains. All right, Apollo says, after a long pause. Let's make a deal. You help me get my musical mojo back, and I'll show you how to read omens without accidentally cursing a shrub. Deal, you say immediately, Because yes, you may be the god of tricks, trade, and general mischief, but you're also greedy for power. The more you learn, the more doors open. And reading omens, that's next-level messaging. No longer are you just delivering messages, you become the message. So you get to work. First, you tune the lyre to an uncomfortable key. It makes everyone's eyebrows twitch. Then you teach Apollo to play it wrong on purpose. Syncopated rhythms, unfinished scales, goat bleats, the whole deal. At first he resists. He keeps trying to rhyme divine ecstasy with symmetry. But eventually, something cracks. He writes a song about a squirrel who wants to become a fish. It's terrible. It's glorious. It's new. And as you both strum the lyre together, sun and shadow, order and chaos, you feel something shift. A balance. Apollo chuckles. Just once. It's soft, but it's there. You sip your nectar and smile. Historians still argue whether this strange week of musical funk was metaphorical, representing the need for gods and artists to confront their own rigidity, or whether it's simply a reminder that sometimes inspiration comes from the weird kid in the corner eating scroll glue and playing instruments made of roadkill. Either way, the funk is lifting. And Apollo? He's starting to dance again. Section 10. So Apollo's back to composing songs about squirrels and existential sea cucumbers, which means, for a brief, shining moment, the sun god has stopped trying to obliterate you with eye lasers. You'd think that would be enough peace for Olympus. But of course not, because you, Hermes, sparkling new god of mischief, messages, merchants, and now minor divination, have decided you're not done yet. Why? Because your prophecy access came with restrictions. You can't see whole futures, just glimpses, hints, sneaky shadows slithering around the edges of events, like getting the smell of a thunderstorm 2 days before the rain. Which is fine for now, but let's be real. You want more. So what do? You launch a lawsuit. Again. Not to reverse the last decision. Not to undo the sacred cow saga. No. That's yesterday's gossip. Today's chaos is about fairness. You march into the Hall of Clouds with a scroll as long as your arm and the most ridiculous idea you've had all week. You sue Apollo back. Again. For limiting your access to divine prophecy. The opening line? Your Honor, the user agreement was not transparent. Zeus, lounging nearby and sipping what looks suspiciously like melted ambrosia over ice, blinks once. Is this about the lyre again? Nope, you chirp. This time, it's about the fine print. Themis groans audibly from across the chamber. You are re-suing after winning? Absolutely, you say, handing her a supplementary scroll titled Hermes vs. Apollo 2, the sequel to Justice. Apollo storms in halfway through your filing, trailing golden sandals and fury like some overcooked fashion model. You can't be serious. Oh, I'm serious, you grin. You gave me limited access. I want full access, full prophecy. You're a week old, he hisses, which makes this lawsuit adorable and unstoppable. And here's your mainstream historical tidbit. There was a tradition of legal appeals in ancient Greece, including the right to bring counter cases or retrials. Some even claim that Hermes, god of messengers and contracts, symbolically embodies the emergence of complex legal systems, where one decision could be contested with another layer of red tape. So, really, you're just contributing to civic development. Apollo pinches the bridge of his nose. You just want to see the future so you can win at dice. Incorrect, you say. I want to see the future so I can invent better dice. A few gods laugh. Even Hestia cracks a smile. Besides, you add, if prophecy is going to be shared at all, shouldn't it be democratized? I mean, who appointed you the sacred gatekeeper of all things cryptic and poetic? I was born with it. You raise an eyebrow. Sounds like elitism. Zeus chokes slightly on his drink. This is getting good. Themis, who looks like she's aged 12 mortal years in the last 20 minutes, finally raises her scroll and says, "Fine. Apollo, Hermes, please step forward and present your initial arguments. But no musical numbers this time." You open your mouth. "No," she says. "None." Apollo goes first. He starts with his credentials: god of the sun, music, healing, archery, and yes, prophecy. He reminds everyone of the oracle at Delphi, the sacred springs, the Sibyls, the lineage of truth that winds through his veins like golden ichor. You pretend to yawn, but inside you're scribbling notes furiously. Then it's your turn. You walk to the center of the chamber with the confidence of someone who just forged 3 divine signatures and a letter of recommendation from a squirrel. "My argument is simple," you say, voice ringing like a bell, a mischievous, slightly cracked one. Prophecy is power, and when power is hoarded, it leads to imbalance. I propose that Apollo's grip on divine foresight creates a bottleneck, an ivory tower of knowledge. And that, my friends, is not very democratic. Democracy hasn't been invented yet, Hera murmurs. Then consider this a pilot program, you wink. You pull out a parchment labeled Alternative Prophetic Licensing Agreement, complete with doodles of clouds, goats, and a stick figure version of Apollo weeping next to a "Do Not Enter" sign. You finish with a flourish. I'm not asking for total control. I'm asking for access. Shared dreams, hints, shadows, the occasional dramatic omen. I'll even take part-time hours. Zeus claps. Well argued. Apollo looks like he wants to implode. If you give him more access, he'll monetize it. He'll start charging for fortune cookies. Already drafted the business plan, you whisper. And here's a charming fringe tidbit. Some obscure cults in ancient Greece worshipped Hermes as a dream god, believing he could deliver coded messages through sleep. That's right. You weren't just mailing letters. You were sending cryptic text messages straight to the subconscious. Themis sighs. We will recess briefly for deliberation. Again. You bow. Please, take your time. I've prepared snacks. You pass out fig bars to the jury. Apollo sits down, muttering to himself about injustice, musical theft, and why didn't I sue first? Zeus turns to you, mid-munch. If this works, you know they'll expect you to deliver actual dreams, right? I do, you smile. And I've got ideas. Because prophecy is only part of the prize. What you really want is access to dreams, the power to whisper in people's minds while they sleep, to nudge their choices, guide their fears, sell a few ideas here and there. It's not about knowing the future. It's about writing it. Historians still argue whether this whole myth is actually about shifting divine authority. How Hermes' rise symbolized a move from rigid hierarchy to agile adaptation. Or whether this was just the world's first tech startup suing the sun for creative control. Either way, you're back in court, and you're about to turn the future into your playground. Section 11. The courtroom is quiet. Too quiet. Not the tense legal drama kind of quiet, more like the everyone's pretending to deliberate, but actually just waiting for the fates to show up and make it interesting kind of quiet. And, oh, do they show up? The air suddenly gets colder. Not freezing, just aware. The kind of chill that makes your neck hair stand up, even if you technically don't have neck hair yet. There's a low hum in the clouds overhead, like Olympus is holding its breath. Then, poof, they arrive. The fates. Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos, 3 immortal sisters with matching robes, unmatched attitudes, and the general aura of celestial librarians who haven't slept in a century. Clotho, who spins the thread of life, floats in first, holding what might be a bag of snacks. She's chewing something that looks suspiciously like dried olives and gives you a little nod, like, "Hey, kiddo." Lachesis, who measures the thread, walks in with a clipboard taller than she is. She's already taking notes before she sits down, probably because she's seen this lawsuit in 12 possible futures. And Atropos, the thread cutter, follows last, dragging a pair of golden shears behind her with all the melodramatic flair of someone who wants you to ask about them. She eyes you like she's deciding whether or not to snip your lifespan out of boredom. You give her finger guns. She does not return the gesture. "Why are the fates here?" Apollo hisses from across the chamber. You shrug. "It's a major metaphysical lawsuit. I assume they smelled drama." Clotho takes the center podium, adjusting her robe. "We weren't summoned. We just heard someone was trying to redistribute prophecy access without filling out Form Epsilon Pu." Themis groans softly. "This isn't about forms." Lachesis lifts her clipboard. "Everything is about forms." Zeus raises a hand. "Let's just hear them out." And here's your mainstream historical tidbit. The Moirai, or Fates, were believed to control the destiny of every being, even the gods. Their word was final. Their thread was sacred. If they said your story ended in a snake pit with a lyre solo playing in the background, well, tough noodles. You step forward. "Honorable thread ladies," you begin, bowing deeply. "I come to you not with scissors, but with solutions." Atropos squints. "Are you rhyming at us?" "Possibly." Lachesis clears her throat. "State your claim." You puff up. "I propose a new system, a flexible future distribution model. Right now, Apollo hoards the future. I suggest a shared access prophecy system, maybe tiered or rotational. Clotho gets Mondays, I get Tuesdays. Apollo handles Thursdays because he's moody and poetic on Thursdays." Apollo bristles. "I am not—" "Shh," you say gently. "Let the weavers weave." Clotho bites into another snack. "So, you want us to hand you a portion of fate?" You nod. "Just a whiff, a weekend custodian role. I'll water the plants and feed the dreams." Lachesis lowers her clipboard. You realize the future isn't a toy. You gesture to Apollo. Then maybe don't give it to him. Apollo looks personally offended. I'm extremely responsible. You once tried to seduce a river, you point out. That was one time. Clotho glances at Themis. You want our opinion? Themis sighs. I didn't, but yes. Lachesis flips through her notes. Look, Hermes is chaos. He's quick, clever, amoral, but in a useful way. If anyone could handle low-level fate logistics, it's him. Atropos adds, and if he messes it up, it'll make an excellent story. You raise your hand. That's all I want. A thread or two. Not full weave privileges, just a corner of the tapestry. The fates huddle. They whisper. You catch bits of it. Already messing with dreams anyway. Might streamline the vision backlog. Plus, he brought us baklava last solstice. Clotho finally turns to you. All right. One condition. You lean in. Name it. At any moment, Atropos says with a smile that could curdle nectar, we may revoke your access without warning. No appeals, no dancing. Agreed, you say. And I wasn't planning to dance this time. You say that now, Lachesis mutters. Themis raps her staff. Very well. Partial divination privileges granted to Hermes, pending weekly review, and no dramatic musical interpretations. You beam. Apollo looks like he swallowed a lemon, dipped in glitter, and here's your fringe tidbit. In rare vase paintings, Hermes is shown whispering to sleeping mortals while holding a scroll made of thread. Scholars still argue whether this represents direct involvement with the fates, or just Hermes delivering invoices from them. Either way, this myth could be the origin story of divine dream mail. As the courtroom clears, Clotho tosses you a tiny scroll. Congrats, Threadsprout. You've got a shift tomorrow. You catch it. The scroll is warm. You unwrap it. Inside is a name you don't recognize, a time, and a single word. Turn left. You smile. Because now, finally, you've got your foot in the door. And the future? It just got a lot more interesting. Section 12. So now you're officially part of the Future Whisperers Club. You've got a shiny new scroll from the Fates with your first divine shift assignment. A semi-legal license to dabble in destiny. And the smug satisfaction of having outmaneuvered Apollo again. Not that you're keeping score. But if you were, it would currently read, Hermes, 4, Apollo. Sad liar noises. But before you can gloat too long, you remember, you need to prepare. Not for your new job, please. You were born preparing. No, you need to prep for what comes next. The most ridiculous courtroom trial Olympus has ever seen. Because as the dust settles from your prophecy access stunt, a brand new scroll arrives at your cloud doorstep, delivered by a literal thunderbolt. It's from Zeus. You open it. The ink glows. Due to the recent surge in litigation-related entertainment, the Court of Olympus has scheduled a comprehensive trial to determine divine jurisdiction over all things slightly suspicious. Plaintiff, Hermes defendant, Apollo. Alleged crime, emotional manipulation via musical melancholy, resulting in divine misrepresentation and trauma. Your hearing is scheduled for tomorrow morning. wear something dramatic. You blink. You've already sued Apollo? Twice. Now you're suing him again, but this time for being too dramatic? You're delighted. You immediately grab a fresh toga and begin drafting your case strategy. The key here isn't facts. It's vibes. You need a narrative so captivating, so utterly petty, the gods won't even care about evidence. Step 1. Forge some documents. You pull out some papyrus, dip a quill in pomegranate juice for that nice crimson tone, and get to work. First up, certificate of excessive harp-induced moodiness. You add official-sounding flourishes and draw a golden seal with a frowny face in the middle. Step 2. Write fake Apollo haikus. You create a collection titled Size of a Sun God. Sample entry. Cows are gone again. Baby liar stole my heart. I need more eyeliner. Beautiful. Then, you spend the evening rehearsing your courtroom entrance. You try out several dramatic options. Smoke bombs, rolling in on a scroll cart, even arriving via dream projection. Ultimately, you go with your favorite, an invisible chariot drawn by bees. At sunrise, you glide into the courtroom mid-buzz, hovering just above the marble floor. The bees deposit you gently in front of Themis's bench, then vanish with a polite hum. The crowd is stunned. Poseidon blinks. Did he just arrive by pollination? Zeus claps slowly. 10 points for flair. Apollo is already there, of course, glowing softly and looking like he's been composing sad poetry in the mirror all night. His toga has ruffles today. You suspect he added extra tragedy. Themis raps her staff. Hermes, explain your case. You stand, clearing your throat. Honorable gods, esteemed siblings, gossiping nymphs in the back. Today, I bring forth a serious charge. Emotional manipulation by excessive melancholy. Gasps. You continue, pacing. Following the conclusion of our last trial, my brother Apollo engaged in a campaign of ambient despair. His constant poetic brooding has affected not only me, but also the entire court. You gesture to Dionysus, who waves from the snack table. He had to start microdosing joy just to counteract the gloom. I was going to do that anyway, Dionysus mumbles. You pull out the forged haikus. These, you declare, were left outside my cloud hut. Each one a passive-aggressive jab. Listen to this. Light hurts like your lies. The cows are still mooing me. My harp knows sorrow. Apollo leaps to his feet. Those are deeply personal. And deeply weaponized, you shoot back. Hera leans over to Zeus. Should we stop this? He sips his drink. Absolutely not. You continue. I propose that, through relentless vibes and harp-based guilt ballads, Apollo created a hostile divine environment. I suffered stress. I experienced dreams of mooing. I started rhyming in my sleep. Ares snorts. I heard him mutter, fear and spear, at brunch. Themis lifts a scroll. Apollo, how do you plead? Apollo stands, golden and glowing. I plead inspiration. Oh, no. He strums his lyre, one minor chord. Then, I am the sunbeam, drowned in brother's storm of jokes. Where is justice now? You groan. He's doing it again, Hestia murmurs. That one was kinda good, though. Themis rubs her temples. This court is not a musical. Apollo glares. I speak in music. Well, maybe try texting like a normal god. You snap. And now, here's your historical moment. The Greeks believed Apollo's musical power could influence not just hearts, but the weather, crops, and even political moods. Music wasn't entertainment. It was divine persuasion. So technically, you might actually have a case. Themis sighs. The court will now hear from a neutral party. Enter Artemis, Apollo's twin. She steps in silently, bow in hand, eyes like storm clouds. She does not want to be here. You can tell because she immediately says, "I do not want to be here." "Please," Themis says, "just tell us if Hermes is exaggerating." Artemis eyes you, then Apollo, then back at you. "Hermes is chaos," she says flatly. "But Apollo has been a lot lately." Apollo gasps. "You used a wolf pack as your backup singers," she adds. "They howled on key," he mutters. She walks off. You nod solemnly. The court rests. And here's your fringe tidbit. There's a little-known hymn fragment where Hermes accuses Apollo of weaponizing lamentation to win arguments. It may be satire, but you're using it as precedent. Themis exhales. "Judgment will be rendered tomorrow. I need a bath." You beam. Apollo sulks. Historians still argue whether this third trial marks the shift toward performance-based influence in the myths, or if it's just the gods getting bored and turning divine law into theater. Either way, you're winning. And tomorrow, you just might make it official. Section 13. By the time the sun peaks over Olympus, the next day, the courtroom isn't just full. It's overflowing. Every minor deity, dawdling satyr, retired hero, and bored dryad in a 5-mountaintop radius has shown up. The walls of the divine court are practically pulsing with anticipation. There's a group of muses scalping painted seat cushions. One enterprising demigod is selling Team Hermes and Team Apollo pins. You spot a baby centaur wearing a shirt that says, "Moo if you love justice." This trial? It's become the event. And you're ready for your close-up. You stroll in fashionably late, of course, wrapped in a fresh toga with gold-threaded trim, a laurel tucked behind one ear, and a tiny lyre charm jingling from your belt. You're carrying today's evidence in a scroll tube covered in cow stickers. Apollo is already seated, face as tight as a perfectly tuned harp string. He's gone full tragic god mode. Hair braided, lips pursed, a sprig of rosemary tucked behind his ear for no reason at all. There's even a dramatic tear painted onto one cheek. You sit, casually twirling a feather quill, like you just happen to be taking notes on destiny. Themis raises her hand, and the room falls silent. Today's proceedings will begin with the presentation of new evidence from the plaintiff. You jump to your feet with the enthusiasm of a toddler who just learned how to lie and hasn't looked back since. "Thank you, honored counsel," you begin. "I would like to introduce the divine court of public opinion." Gasps ripple across the courtroom. Dionysus drops a fig in delight. Zeus leans forward. "Now this sounds fun." You unfurl your scroll. "This," you say, gesturing grandly, "is a collection of messages, poems, and prophetic complaints I've received from Olympus residents over the last week, all suffering under Apollo's prolonged melodrama." Then you pluck one from the pile. "Dear Hermes, I cannot water my garden without hearing harp notes of heartbreak drifting through the wind. The sunflowers have started drooping in rhythm. Please advise. Anxious in Arcadia. The crowd chuckles. You pick another. My child can't sleep. He keeps asking why the moon is crying. We live underground. Concerned Cyclops. Mom. Apollo sits stiffly, muttering under his breath. And finally, you say, drawing the biggest laugh of the day. This letter from a temple priest in Delphi. We tried to conduct a rite. Apollo interrupted by wailing from the shrine ceiling. He was composing what he called a lyrical lament for misunderstood solar siblings. No one got blessed. Please send help, or Hermes, or snacks. You bow. Themis pinches her nose. Apollo. Your response? Apollo stands, eyes closed for maximum martyr effect. I have done nothing but feel. That's the problem, you whisper loudly. I am music. I am prophecy. My emotions are the weather patterns of Olympus. Zeus raises a hand. You also cried into a harp string so long it snapped. Apollo straightens. That was intentional. It was a statement. You take a deep breath and reach into your cow-stickered scroll tube. Time for your final weapon. Honored gods, you say. Let me present the Moo Court sketches. You unroll a tapestry you may or may not have forged last night with enchanted paint and a slightly bribed nymph. It shows crude but emotionally charged drawings of Apollo being overly poetic in progressively ridiculous scenes, sobbing in a fountain, writing in the air with tears, composing a eulogy for a daisy. The room erupts. Even Athena covers her mouth. Ares slaps a table. 10 out of 10. Hephaestus wheezes. You made that daisy cry. Apollo throws his hands up. This is defamation. It's documentation, you reply sweetly. And here's your scholarly tidbit. Scholars still discuss whether Hermes' cleverness in these myths was meant to demonstrate an evolving moral compass in Greek thought, moving from brute force to intelligence, negotiation, and yes, mockery as valid tools of influence. Themis lets the laughter settle before raising her voice. The court must decide if Apollo's prolonged emotional outbursts constitute a breach of divine decorum, or if Hermes is simply allergic to feelings. Apollo huffs. He made that goat testify again. Kevin was very compelling, you say. He ate the witness bench. Themis sighs, dragging a scroll toward her. Final remarks? Apollo stands tall. I am a god of truth, of music, of vision. If my expressions cause discomfort, it is only because they reveal reality. The pain of poetry, the cost of clarity. You raise your hand. Can I rebut with a haiku? No, Themis says automatically. Zeus holds up a goblet. I vote Hermes wins. Themis groans. That's not how it works. It is now. He shrugs. Themis flips through the trial scroll. All right. Officially, the court rules. Hermes is not liable for emotional damage. Apollo is advised to maintain a minimum dramatic sigh radius of 20 feet. Also, no harp solos after midnight. You pump your fists. Apollo collapses melodramatically into his seat. Hera murmurs, "At least he didn't cry again." "Give it a second," Artemis replies. As the courtroom clears, gods slap you on the back, satyrs chant your name, and Dionysus starts composing a limerick that involves cows, liars, and unlicensed dream prophecies. You did it. Historians still argue whether this trial marked a cultural shift toward wit over wailing, or whether it was just the day Olympus realized emotional regulation might need a divine handbook. Either way, justice has been served, with a side of moo. Section 14. The courtroom is finally empty. The laughter still echoes faintly down the marble corridors, like a divine aftertaste. You linger a moment longer, adjusting your scroll tube, which now contains 3 letters of admiration. A tiny bag of olives someone threw at you as a gift, and Kevin, the goat's official hoofprint of approval. Apollo's long gone, probably composing another sorrowful ballad about how no one understands his internal sunrise. But you're heading to the Divine Lounge. Because after winning 3 lawsuits, launching a spiritual movement around mood management, and establishing yourself as the god most likely to sue someone out of boredom, you deserve a snack. The lounge is tucked into a cozy cloud bank just west of the throne room. Soft harp music plays, automated, not Apollo's, and nectar fountains bubble next to a pile of golden beanbags shaped like mythological creatures. Dionysus is already here, upside down on a couch, sipping something fizzy out of a horn. You flop down beside him. Do I now count as a legal professional? You count as dangerous, he grins, like a scroll with teeth. Flattering, you say, reaching for a honey cake. But you don't get to eat it. Not yet. Because suddenly, with all the subtlety of a cow falling off a cliff, a scroll bursts into the lounge in a puff of incense and crashes into your forehead. You blink. Dionysus raises an eyebrow. That normal? For me? Kinda. You unroll the scroll. It's from Themis. Again. Since you clearly enjoy courtroom theatrics, you are now officially invited to the Grand Legal Forum of Olympus as a representative of the Younger Gods Division. Attendance is mandatory. Toga required. No goat pranks. Topics to include: divine bartering ethics, the limits of harp-based emotional testimony, and what even is a crime when you're immortal? You gasp, then immediately try to high-five yourself. Yes, you say, I've been waiting for a symposium where I can argue the merits of cow camouflage and emotional damage as taxable offenses. Who hasn't? Dionysus sips. You gonna go full philosopher mode? Oh, absolutely, you say. I'm bringing charts. And here's your historical tidbit. The Greeks loved a good symposium. They weren't just wine-fueled parties. They were centers of discussion, debate, and weirdly formal arguments about whether a sneeze was an omen or just the gods being passive-aggressive. Philosophers were born at these things. So were scandals. You start planning immediately. You need exhibits, examples, a compelling monologue about the ethics of divine trickery. Maybe even a reenactment of your first cow theft, with props, possibly puppets. But first, you need to barter. Because this forum, it's going to be full of gods with opinions. And opinions need to be shaped, softened, nudged. So, you start making the rounds. First stop, Hephaestus. You find him hammering away at something that looks like a golden meatball launcher. Hey, you say. Need a favor. He doesn't look up. What are you offering? I have 7 very slightly cursed cowbells and a drawing of Apollo dressed as a radish. He pauses. I'll take the bells. Cool. In return, I need you to say, during the forum, that emotional harp solos are acoustically unethical and compromise trial decorum. Done. Next stop, Athena. You approach cautiously. She's in the middle of a scroll-reading marathon and doesn't appreciate interruptions unless they involve strategy or owls. I made a debate schedule for the forum, you say. Color-coded, footnoted. There's a diagram. She blinks. You hand it to her. Also, I alphabetized all the statutes by tone. She stares at the scroll, then at you, then back at the scroll. This is terrifyingly competent. I know, you whisper. Why? So you'll side with me when I argue that Apollo's poetic crying is technically oral manipulation. She flips to page 5. Done. You're unstoppable. By the time Forum Day arrives, you've prepped so thoroughly that even Zeus seems concerned. You enter the amphitheater to find rows of cloud-cushioned seats, columns shimmering with legal inscriptions, and banners bearing the phrase, "What even is a crime when you're immortal?" fluttering dramatically in the breeze. Your nameplate reads, Hermes, God of Mischief, Messages, Merchants, Minor Visions, and Really Good Arguments. Apollo is already seated, hair brushed into reluctant submission, toga pressed, lyre humming softly on his lap. He gives you a nod. You nod back? There's mutual respect now. Also, mutual pettiness. Themis calls the forum to order. The first topic, divine bartering ethics. You raise your hand. Imagine, you begin, that a god steals 50 sacred cows, but then offers an instrument that literally alters the soul. Several gods lean forward. Is that theft? Or the start of a very productive trade network? Hephaestus applauds softly. Second topic, the limits of harp-based emotional testimony. You stroll to the center. Exhibit A, you say, pulling out a lyre string. One note from this, and the average dryad breaks into tears. You pluck it. Half the room dabs their eyes. Should we allow such power unregulated? I argue, no. Athena nods sagely. Apollo sulks into his seat, but says nothing. Third topic. What even is a crime? When you're immortal? You pace slowly, dramatically. You're loving this. Is stealing wrong? If the cows enjoyed it? Is lying evil? If it leads to music? And if you cry on the stand, but the tears make rainbows? Is that perjury or public service? Silence. Then thunderous applause. Even Artemis claps once. Once. And here's your fringe tidbit. In one of the lesser-known Homeric fragments, Hermes is said to have created the first set of divine trial rules, scribbled on the back of a stolen fig leaf during a symposium, exactly like this one. Which means this entire forum might be your fault in both directions. By the end of the day, you've delivered 12 arguments, 3 goat-themed analogies, 1 intentionally confusing haiku, and a pie chart shaped like a cow. And Olympus? It listens. Because in the end, even gods need someone to ask the important questions. And apparently, that someone is you. Section 15. The forum winds down with a soft chime from Themis's staff. An elegant ding that echoes across the marble amphitheater like the sound of a judgment politely knocking. Gods begin stretching, gossiping, and floating off in pairs to sip wine and debate whether abstract crimes should be punishable with abstract punishments. Apollo quietly gathers his scrolls and dignity, which is still a little dented after the pie chart portion of your performance. You? You're buzzing. Not just from the forum high, but because you're on a roll. You've spent days winning arguments, outmaneuvering celestial siblings, getting divine dream privileges, and now you feel invincible. So naturally, you decide to escalate. It starts with a whisper. Literally. You lean over to Artemis, who's packing up her notes, and murmur, "So, I think Apollo's still hiding something." She doesn't even look at you. He always is. No, I think he's still mad about the cows. I think he's plotting. She raises an eyebrow. Plotting what, exactly? You tap your temple. Prophetic vibes. Something's brewing. I felt it in my dream scroll. Now, you haven't actually read the dream scroll from the Fates this morning. You were busy sketching a new logo for your side hustle. Hermes Helpful Hallucinations TM. Sleep messages for mortals and minor deities. But this feels like the right moment to stir the cauldron. You stand, clear your throat, and project your voice in that stage whisper way that's completely not subtle. Did anyone else feel that ominous prophecy energy in the forum today? Or was that just Apollo's cologne? Heads turn. Murmurs rise. Apollo glares at you from across the room. "What are you doing?" "Nothing," you call sweetly. "Just processing some vibrations." And here's your historical tidbit. In many early Greek texts, prophetic tensions between gods were seen as markers of competing cults and regional beliefs. Apollo represented light, order, established ritual. Hermes, the wild card, the road god, the voice that changed. So when you casually imply there's a hidden plot, people listen. Zeus reappears, probably from a cloud nap, blinks at the crowd, and says, "Did we vote on another trial? Or is this just Hermes being Hermes?" Themis raises a hand. "Technically, no case has been filed." You smile, then raise a scroll. "Until now." The scroll is blank, but nobody needs to know that yet. Apollo's face is pure solar disgust. "What are you accusing me of? Plotting psychological revenge through passive-aggressive musical prophecy?" A beat. "What does that even mean?" he asks. You shrug. "That's for the court to decide." Themis sighs deeply, as if she can feel new wrinkles forming in her immortal forehead. "Very well. The court of Olympus will reconvene in 1 hour. You whisper to Artemis as you walk away. "That went well." She mutters, "You're a menace." An hour later, the courtroom is somehow even fuller. News travels fast in Olympus, especially when the words musical revenge are involved. One satyr is wearing a toga that reads, "Justice moves for no one." You love your fans. This time, you enter with less fanfare, just a subtle hop onto your seat and a wink at Kevin the goat, who's sitting in the audience eating someone's sandals. Themis calls the court to order. "Hermes," she says, rubbing her temples, "you are accusing Apollo of weaponizing prophecy." "Not prophecy itself," you say, standing. "Just the mood of prophecy." She stares. "Explain." "Imagine," you say, pacing dramatically, "being haunted, not by omens, but by vibes. You walk into a room. A harp string echoes just so. The air smells faintly of lavender despair. You open your dreams and find verses like, 'Your doom is silky. and shaped like regret. Apollo stands, arms crossed. That was a metaphor. It was a psychic ambush, you reply. The courtroom gasps. Zeus looks absolutely delighted. This is important, you say. We're gods. Our messages ripple. They echo into mortal minds. Apollo's been flooding the air with emotional static. I call it divine doom core. Apollo sighs. You're making this up. Maybe, but that's what I do. And here's your fringe tidbit. In late Hellenistic poetry, there's evidence that Hermes was invoked not just for travel and trade, but for filtering confusing messages from gods like Apollo. Which means, even back then, people suspected the sun god might be oversharing through celestial verse. Apollo steps forward. Your honors, he says, holding his lyre with grace and zero chill. I admit, I've been writing, processing, creating. But it is art. If my visions touch the soul too deeply, that is not crime. That is catharsis. You once predicted my demise via mango metaphor, you mutter. That was a joke, haiku. Themis raises an eyebrow. Let's hear it. Apollo clears his throat. Peel the ripened fate. Fruit of time drips on the sun. You slip on the truth. The room pauses, then laughs. Even Athena chuckles, but you seize the moment. See? This is what I mean. Emotional traps dressed as fruit poetry. You reach into your satchel and dramatically produce your final piece of evidence, a harp string tuned to prophetic sadness. You pluck it. It makes a noise so melodramatic, 3 minor gods burst into tears. Exhibit B, you whisper. Themis sighs again. We'll reconvene at sunset for judgment. I need a walk, a long, silent walk. The court disperses. You sit, munching an olive. Apollo walks past, muttering, You know this is ridiculous. You smile. And yet, here we are. Historians still argue whether this case, Hermes v. Apollo, the Vibe Wars, symbolized a mythic tension between artistic expression and emotional accountability. Or if it was just the gods leaning so far into drama, they invented modern theater by accident. Either way, by sundown, you might officially be crowned the god of emotional boundaries. Section 16. Sunset on Olympus isn't subtle. The sky glows like someone spilled peach nectar across the heavens. Gold bleeds into lavender, into a misty blue that settles over the divine courtroom like a shawl soaked in drama. Perfect mood lighting for a trial involving harp strings, vibes, and passive-aggressive weather patterns. You enter with purpose, and just a bit of a strut. Kevin the goat trots behind you, dragging a scroll cart. It's mostly for show. Inside the scrolls are your courtroom sketches, a few cheese cubes, and one incredibly detailed doodle of Apollo crying into a lyre while a cow plays a flute in the background. You take your seat. Apollo is already there, rigid as a bronze statue, looking like he hasn't blinked since the moon rose. His robe is freshly pressed. His sandals are polished. His expression is 99% smolder, 1% I might combust if Hermes speaks again. Too bad for him. Themis raises her staff, and the final session of Hermes v. Apollo, the Vibe Wars, begins. Are both parties ready for closing statements? She asks, voice clipped and dangerously close to, do not test me. You rise, smooth your toga, and give the crowd your best courtroom smile. Always. Apollo nods tightly. Let's finish this. You take the floor first, naturally. Your steps are deliberate. Each footfall echoes across the marble like punctuation. Honored gods, esteemed peanut gallery, and those watching from dream visions, you begin. I ask you this. Should music be a gift or a weapon? You pause. Let it simmer. There is no doubt, you continue, that my brother is talented. He's the god of music, light, and very shiny poetry. But should a divine harp be used to create tension? To inflict guilt? To emotionally manipulate a courtroom into sympathy via minor chords and metaphors about doomed fruit? You hold up your Exhibit B harp string again. Pluck it once. A nearby nymph audibly sighs. I rest my case. Then you take a seat. Kevin bleats. You hand him a cheese cube. Apollo rises. He walks to the center of the room, like he's entering a sacred temple. He holds the lyre loosely, reverently, like a wounded animal or a very dramatic baguette. My words, he begins, have been used against me. My feelings turned into punchlines. But I say, let the sun cry. Let music mourn. Let prophecy be felt, not just feared. You mutter, you practiced that. He ignores you. I have never weaponized sound, he continues, now slowly circling. I have simply expressed. And if my expression stirs something inside you, then perhaps you needed to be stirred. Someone in the back claps slowly. You squint to see it's probably Orpheus. Of course it's Orpheus. Apollo concludes with one last pluck of the lyre. This time, a soft, uncertain major chord. It doesn't weep. It wonders. And here's your historical fact. The ancient Greeks truly believed that music could move the soul. In fact, certain philosophers, like Pythagoras, insisted that music wasn't just art, but mathematics made emotional. To play a note was to ripple the very cosmos, which means, technically, both of you are right. Themis rises slowly. Thank you, both, she says, and you can hear the exhaustion even behind the divine authority. After much deliberation, meaning a long sigh-filled conversation with Athena and a bottle of ambrosia, I issue the court's ruling. Everyone leans in. Even the muses hold their breath. Hermes, she says, your case is almost absurd. You grin. But you've made one point we cannot ignore. The power of divine communication, whether musical, prophetic, or sarcastic, must be wielded with care. Apollo frowns. So what does that mean? Themis raises her staff. It means this. From this day forward, all godly expressions affecting public emotion must be accompanied by a disclaimer. You blink. A what? Zeus bursts out laughing. You mean like... You begin. Yes, Themis says. If you're going to moan about the sun bleeding through a broken soul, you must say, clearly, this is a dramatic expression and not an actual omen of doom. Apollo looks like someone just told him his harp needs subtitles. Themis continues. Furthermore, you are both ordered to collaborate on a public statement outlining the responsible use of divinely charged emotional content. A pamphlet, you ask? A scroll, distributed widely, with illustrations. Apollo groans. You, naturally, are already brainstorming fonts. And here's your fringe tidbit. There are fragments of lost comedic plays from ancient Athens that parody gods issuing bureaucratic guidelines for mortals, how not to misinterpret a thunderstorm, and that dream was just bad cheese among them. Some scholars believe those plays were inspired by myths exactly like this. Themis slams her staff one final time. Court dismissed. The crowd erupts. Harp strings twang. Dionysus releases a flock of slightly tipsy doves. Even Hera nods, impressed, though she mutters something about divine feelings needing chaperones. You walk out side by side with Apollo. For once, you're both quiet. Then he says, "I still think the mango metaphor was good." You grin. It was. That's why I'm putting it on the page 1 of our scroll. He sighs. Fine. But I'm not drawing the cow. You are the sun god, you say. Make it glow. Historians still argue whether this court case marked the beginning of divine PR management, or if it was simply the moment Olympus realized that musical therapy should probably come with a warning label. But one thing's certain. You, Hermes, have now legally redefined vibes. Section 17. You've just walked out of the courtroom with a court-mandated emotional warning scroll to co-author, a passive-aggressive sun god on your heels, and a new appreciation for how much power you hold when you add a goat to your legal team. But before you can even start sketching your pamphlet's cover, feelings are not prophecies, a beginner's guide to divine oversharing. A small commotion brews just outside the cloud-arched courthouse entrance. A mortal has arrived. A shepherd, to be precise. And if your week has taught you anything, it's this. When a shepherd shows up on Olympus, something ridiculous is about to happen. You recognize him immediately. It's Gylax of Pieria, the same guy who first reported seeing your stolen cow tracks going backwards. He's older now. His beard has more hay in it. His tunic still smells faintly of sheep and regret. He's pacing in the entry plaza, looking overwhelmed and gripping a stick so tightly it's practically whimpering. You blink and whisper to Apollo, "Did you summon Gylax?" Apollo narrows his eyes. "No. Did you? I don't summon mortals. That's messy." At that moment, Themis pokes her head out of the court and mutters, "Oh, great." Then louder, "Bring him in." A pair of bored wind spirits guide Gylax inside. He bows so hard, he almost face-plants. I was told to come. I dreamed about cows. Again." You immediately perk up, because you've just started dabbling in divine dream messages. But this one, you didn't send. Gylax explains between deep, slightly wheezy breaths. "I was sleepin' in the pasture, like I do, and I dreamed of a golden cow speaking in riddles. She said, 'The wind knows the truth. The sun hides the hoofprint.' Then she kicked a harp and vanished into a bush." You and Apollo exchange a long look. Apollo breaks first. "That's not mine." You raise your hands. "Not me either. I only send dreams about, well, mostly about cheese." Themis looks from one of you to the other. "Then who?" Here comes your mainstream historical nugget. In ancient Greek culture, Prophetic dreams were taken very seriously. Dream oracles existed, like the temple at Amphiaraus, where mortals would sleep to receive divine messages. But here's the weird part. Not every god controlled every dream. Sometimes, dreams slipped between divine fingers, like mist. Sometimes, dreams dreamed themselves. You kneel down in front of Gylax, eyeing him like he's a puzzle wrapped in wool. "Tell me," you say gently, "what exactly happened after the cow kicked the harp?" He shudders. The stars blinked out, one by one. And then I heard laughter. You stand up slowly. "Okay, that's weird, even for me." Apollo mutters, "I don't like this." And you don't either. Because that laughter, that wasn't yours. And it definitely wasn't Apollo's. That was old laughter, the kind you hear in deep caves or echoing off a tombstone. And as someone who's now been cleared to dabble in dream mail, you recognize the tone. You turn to Themis. "I think someone's hijacking divine dreams." Her eyes narrow. "Meaning?" "Meaning," you say, suddenly very awake. Someone, or something, is using the dream threads to drop weird messages in mortal heads. Apollo frowns. "A rogue god?" You shake your head. "Or a forgotten one." Themis signals to Lachesis, who steps into the chamber with a clipboard so large it takes up half her body. "The dream threads," Themis says. "Scan them." Lachesis closes her eyes, fingers twitching through the invisible strands of fate that ripple across the divine web. She flinches. "There's a tangle," she says. "A knot in the dream threads near Mount Eliconas. Something is humming, but not in rhythm." Gylax shuffles forward. "That's where I fell asleep." You turn to Apollo. "Field trip?" He grimaces. "Do I have to go with you?" "Yes," Themis says. "You're on joint pamphlet duty. Consider this research." And so, just like that, your silly little trial week turns into a full-on divine investigation. You and Apollo are packed off toward Mount Eliconas, with a dream-troubled shepherd, a goat for emotional support, Kevin insists, and a scroll from Themis titled "Authority to Intervene in Unauthorized Dream Manifestations," probationary edition. Apollo sighs the entire way. "You know," he says, stepping over a bramble, "I used to spend my weeks being worshipped in marble temples." You adjust your sandal. "And now you're in goat territory with your favorite brother." "You're not my favorite. You literally traded cows for a hug once. I know the truth. And here's your fringe tidbit. In one fragmentary Orphic hymn, there's mention of a dream god who once tried to weave new threads beneath the fates. The name is lost, but scholars debate whether this was a lost titan, a rogue daimon, or something older still. You're starting to think it wasn't just myth. Because as you reach the base of Eliconas, the clouds grow still. The wind stops humming, and Gylax, shaking, points toward a grove of trees that weren't there yesterday. The leaves shimmer in unnatural silence. No birds, no breeze, only a whisper. From everywhere at once. The cow was only the beginning. You and Apollo freeze. Kevin poops nervously. You draw your winged staff. Apollo reaches for his lyre. You turn to each other at the exact same time and say, in unison, "We're going to need more scrolls." Section 18. The trees at the base of Mount Eliconas do not rustle. That's your first red flag. Even when Apollo radiates like a personalized sunrise, and Kevin the goat starts sneezing aggressively into the grass, the branches stay still, unnaturally still, like they're listening. You exchange a look with Apollo. "Okay," you whisper. Either we've walked into an ancient grove or a very tasteful trap. Apollo adjusts his lyre, its golden body now thrumming gently against his hip like a nervous bird. "I don't like this," he murmurs. "You don't like anything that doesn't have a marble pedestal and incense." "I like forests," he snaps. "Just ones that obey physics." You glance back. Gylax, the shepherd, has already sat himself down on a rock and is chewing something that might be moss. He's clearly entered full mortal overwhelm mode. Kevin stands protectively near him, looking both noble and vaguely annoyed that you didn't bring more snacks. You take a cautious step forward into the grove. Immediately, the sound changes. The usual ambient Olympus hum, the wind gossiping, the clouds shifting, birds performing unnecessarily elaborate courtship duets, fades to silence. You could hear a bee blink in here. And there, at the center of the trees, is something odd. A stone harp. Not carved. Grown. Twisting from the roots of an olive tree, its strings shimmer with a faint silvery glow that pulses like breath. "Okay," you whisper. "That's definitely not regulation Olympus." Apollo's jaw clenches. "That's my tuning pattern." You squint. "Are you saying a tree plagiarized you?" "I'm saying," he hisses, "someone or something is forging dream echoes in my voice." You approach the harp slowly, and that's when you notice it. The carvings on the bark, they're not Greek, not even Titan era. They're older. Symbols made of curves and waves and spirals, like sound made solid. Some curl into each other. Others bleed off the tree like unfinished sentences. You trace one with your finger, and suddenly, flash. You're in a dream. Not yours. Someone else's. You're hovering above a field of cows, all golden, all sleeping in strange, synchronized circles. A strange figure walks between them, tall, shadowed, cloaked in feathers and mist. Their face shifts constantly. Apollo, Zeus, a mortal boy, a starfish. And then, for one terrifying second, you. They turn toward you, smile, then whisper, "The messages are loose." You jolt awake, gasping. Apollo grabs your shoulder. "What happened?" "There's a dream forger," you whisper. "Someone's tampering with divine messages, and they're using us to do it." Apollo frowns. "But who?" You gesture to the harp. "Let's find out." He nods grimly, raises his lyre, strums a single note. The forest responds. The harp's strings quiver, leaves shimmer. The symbols on the bark rearrange themselves like they're solving their own puzzle. And then, beneath the harp, a trap door opens. Of course, because no unsettling, ancient, dream hijacking scenario is complete without a secret underground passage. You peer down into the dark. It smells like sleep and tree sap and secrets. Apollo glares. "I hate tunnels." Then you'll love this, you say, and jump in. Apollo groans. Kevin follows with a heroic bleat. Gylax is too busy hugging a tree to notice your departure. You land in a chamber lit by glowing moss. The walls pulse gently. Along one side is an altar covered in dream scrolls. Hundreds of them. Some sealed, others cracked open like eggs, their messages leaking faint whispers into the air. And here's your mainstream fact. Ancient Greeks believed that dreams could be stored, not just interpreted. Some healing temples used dream scrolls to record visions, hoping to understand the divine language of sleep. But these are misfiled, mismatched, wrong. You pick one up. The wax seal bears your symbol. But the scroll? It doesn't read like anything you've ever sent. Tell the mortals the stars have closed. That light is now forbidden. And that laughter will only echo backward. Apollo grabs another scroll with his sunburst on it. He reads aloud. The next dawn will curdle. Fear the child in the cave. The song has no key. You both shudder. Someone's forging divine prophecies, Apollo whispers, blending truth and nonsense. You nod, and spreading them through dreams. That's why Gylax saw a talking cow, why the shepherds are nervous, why I've been waking up humming weird lullabies. You look around. This isn't just mischief, you say quietly. This is sabotage. The whispers around the chamber get louder, circling your heads like sleep-deprived bees. Then, a sound. Low. Rumbling. A voice? No. A rhythm. A drum beat. From deeper in the tunnel. You and Apollo freeze. Okay, you whisper. Now it's a horror story. And here's your fringe tidbit. There's a rarely cited Orphic myth in which a forgotten god, known only as Ekoros, the sound that was not, attempted to steal divine messages to rewrite reality. He was exiled, buried, forgotten, until maybe now. Because that drum beat, it's not just rhythm. It's a heartbeat. And it's getting louder. You grip your staff. Apollo grips his lyre. Kevin eats part of a scroll and looks unbothered. You take one slow step forward. Because if someone's corrupting divine dreams, you're going to find them and politely sue them into oblivion. Section 19. You press deeper into the dream tunnel, each step echoing with that strange pulsing beat, like someone stitched a heartbeat into the roots of the world and left it playing on loop. It's warm down here, not cozy warm. Sweaty, unsettling, myths that shouldn't be disturbed kind of warm. The moss-lined walls begin to shift. Not physically, but visually. One moment, it's just damp stone and glowing lichen. The next, the surface ripples and shows a flicker. An old woman sleeping in a stone hut, muttering your name. A mortal king pacing as he clutches a scroll. A child holding a toy lyre and staring blankly into the stars. These are, you whisper, live dreams. Apollo steps closer to the wall. His face hardens. They're being siphoned, rerouted, twisted. You nod. Someone is tuning in to the dreams of mortals like they're stealing divine Wi-Fi. And here's your mainstream mythological truth bomb. Ancient Greeks believed dreams were sent through specific routes, via gods like Hypnos, sleep, and Morpheus, dreams, all within the dominion of Nyx, night. But if someone figured out how to tap into that, they could send counterfeit visions. Prophetic spam. You reach a fork in the path. The beat is louder now, like it's beneath your feet, like it's in your feet. It's pulling you toward the left. Kevin, who has stopped chewing scrolls long enough to start headbutting the wall, suddenly freezes. He snorts, then bolts right. You and Apollo exchange glances. Follow the goat? You ask. Always, Apollo sighs. You turn right. The tunnel narrows, then widens again into a chamber so dark it swallows color. The glow of Apollo's aura dims as you both step inside. Even your winged sandals seem reluctant. At the center of the room is a mirror, huge, circular, set into the floor like the mouth of a well. Its surface ripples, but you see nothing reflected. Not yourself, not even the room. Just swirling shadow. This feels extremely forbidden, you whisper. I hate that you sound excited. You crouch at the edge. The air above it hums faintly. Then, a voice. Not loud, not angry. Worse. Playful. Hello again, little one. You freeze. That voice from Gylax's dream. The one that borrowed your face. The one that whispered warnings disguised as riddles. Apollo steps beside you. His fists clench. Who are you? Oh, son boy. You'll remember me eventually. You sang me once and forgot me twice. From the depths of the mirror, something moves. Not a creature, not a person. A shape, changing, flickering, shifting, like it's made of old dreams and unfinished stories. It wears faces like jewelry. Yours, Apollo's, Zeus's, even Kevin's, for one confusing second. Then it settles on something halfway between a shadow and a smile. I am the rest between the notes, the joke that never lands, the prophecy you don't remember. I am Echoeros. Apollo gasps. That's not possible. Oh, great, you mutter. He has a name. Echoeros, the sound that was not. You remember the name now, barely. A line in a dusty scroll, a whispered warning from an old priest half mad on laurel fumes. A god so minor, so misaligned, even the Titans forgot to imprison him properly. He was said to be the god of broken messages, unsent letters, forgotten dreams, interruptions, the noise in divine music. He was supposed to be gone, but here he is. I should have known it was you, Apollo growls. Hijacking dreams, mimicking omens, making cows talk. You stole my role, the shadow hisses. I was the whisper behind prophecy, the tremble before music, and you drowned me in light. He turns to you. And you, little Hermes, you've been delightful. You opened the gate. You stitched a loophole. You pulled at a thread. And here I am, back in the weave. You blink. Wait, this is my fault. Echoeros laughs. It sounds like every door creaking open at once. You sued a god to get access to dreams. You created a vacuum. I simply filled it. You straighten. So you're the fake dreams, the cow haikus, the mango doom poems. Oh, yes, the dream-forging harp tree. That was my idea. Pretty, wasn't it? Apollo steps forward, radiating heat. You've caused chaos. Please, you say. That's my job. You cause mischief, Equeros says, circling the mirror's edge. I cause collapse. I turn signs into static. I turn dreams into noise. The mirror pulses. Ripples spill outward. Images flicker. Dreams corrupted. Mortals cowering. Prayers sent to the wrong gods. Prophecies scrambled into nonsense. Fear spiraling where comfort once was. You stare. This isn't a prank. It's an infection. I can stop him, Apollo says, raising his lyre. You hold up a hand. Wait. You step to the mirror. Equeros, you say slowly. You've made your point, but here's the problem. You forgot who you're up against. Oh? You're facing a god who invented lying before he had teeth, who convinced a jury that a baby couldn't possibly steal cows while literally holding a cowbell, who sued a sun god twice and won both times. You reach into your satchel, pull out a scroll. It glows faintly. Let's make a deal. Apollo whirls on you. Hermes, no. You raise a finger. Shh. I know what I'm doing. Probably. And here's your fringe historical cherry on top. Hermes was not only a trickster, but also a mediator between mortals and gods, between life and death, between meaning and misunderstanding. You didn't just invent lies. You taught people how to read between them. You open the scroll. It's blank. Then you write 3 words. Come into light. Equeros hisses. No? You hold it forward. It's not a trap. It's a contract. You want a place again? A sliver of meaning? You get one thread, one small line in the divine weave, a footnote in every dream. In exchange, you stop infecting prophecy. The mirror stills. Apollo stares at you. Are you seriously offering a shadow creep a union position? You nod. Shadow gods need jobs too. Equeros chuckles. You really are chaos incarnate. Then, he takes the deal. The mirror shimmers, and he's gone. You and Apollo stand in silence. Then he mutters, You're going to be insufferable about this forever, aren't you? You grin. Forever's a long time, sunshine. Section 20. The mirror fades. 1 second, it's a swirling pit of voice and shadow. And the next, just a smooth patch of stone. No pulse, no echo, no residual evil laugh lingering like old incense. Even Kevin sniffs the ground, gives a little grunt, and walks away unimpressed. Apollo lowers his lyre slowly, as if it might still go off like a divine smoke detector. So, he says, eyes still glued to the now empty spot. We just made a pact with a forgotten chaos god. You pat your scroll tube like a lawyer tapping their briefcase. Technically, a probationary chaos god, with limited access and a strict, no unsolicited dreams clause. Apollo raises an eyebrow. And how exactly are we enforcing that? You smile. I offered him a divine footnote. And you know what that means? Paperwork? Exactly, you say, pulling out a new parchment titled Equeros, Shadow Messaging Protocol v1.0. The moment he oversteps, boom, he's flagged by the system. Apollo crosses his arms. You created a bureaucracy to contain a nightmare. It's what I do. And here's your mainstream mythological nod. In many Greek stories, the gods didn't just punish transgressors. They often redefined their roles. Prometheus was bound, but became a symbol. Medusa was cursed, but eventually venerated. Echoeros? He now exists on paper, in scrolls and starlight footnotes, trapped by technicality. Classic Olympus. You and Apollo exit the cave slowly, blinking as the daylight pours in. The grove is no longer still. It hums again. Leaves rustle. Birds chirp cautiously, as if checking to make sure the coast is finally clear. Gylax is where you left him, dozing against a tree stump, with Kevin curled beside him, like a bodyguard made of fur and bad decisions. You nudge him awake. He startles, then gasps. Did I dream more cows? You shake your head. You're good. No more weird bovine riddles. Apollo adds, unless you eat spoiled cheese. Then we can't help you. Together, you guide Gylax back down the mountain, past whispering trees and moss that no longer glows ominously. The trail is gentler now, lighter, like something heavy has been pulled from the roots and thrown into administrative limbo. Halfway down, Apollo finally asks, why did you do it? Make a deal instead of banishing him? You shrug. He just wanted to be heard, like most of us. That thing wanted chaos. So did I, you say. Once. Remember? I was the baby with the cows. He huffs. That was different. You smirk. Not really. The only difference between a threat and a trick is timing. And here's your fringe historical tidbit. A now lost Pythagorean scroll reportedly warned that sound can summon memory, even memory of forgotten gods. Modern historians think it was metaphorical. Ancient priests? Not so sure. By the time you return to Olympus, you're greeted like minor heroes. Not full parades, just a welcome feast, 3 musical numbers, and someone releasing celebratory turtles into the fountains. Typical divine overreaction. Dionysus throws you both a post-prophecy party, which mostly involves dancing nymphs, questionable cheese, and a liar remix of the courtroom transcripts. It slaps. Kevin is awarded a laurel crown for most emotionally stable participant. He eats it. But even amid the chaos, your scroll duties aren't done. You and Apollo finally sit down, days later, in a side chamber of the court of Olympus, surrounded by quills, open ink pots, and a pile of failed sketches involving crying sons and overly literal disclaimers. Apollo groans. We need something simple, catchy, sincere. You tap your chin. How about this? This dream has been certified as emotionally safe by the Joint Council of Hermes and Apollo. Any tears, haikus, or prophetic mangoes are purely metaphorical. Apollo blinks. I hate how perfect that is. You grin. He sighs, then scribbles it down. Fine, but we're not putting Kevin on the cover again. Too late. And here's your callback for continuity's sake. Remember when Themis said you'd have to create a public pamphlet about emotional expression in dreams and divine content warnings? This is that. Only now, it's a scroll, a charter, the Hermes-Apollo Agreement on prophetic clarity, soon to be distributed to temples, dream oracles, and confused shepherds everywhere. You unroll the final draft one more time. At the bottom, under your signatures, is a small footnote. Not yours, not Apollo's. This dream has been reviewed by Eros, god of broken messages. If you found it unsettling, confusing, or weirdly poetic, good. Apollo frowns. You said no unsolicited footnotes. You shrug. Let him have one. Outside, a wind picks up. Peaceful, familiar. You both lean back, exhausted, victorious, slightly traumatized, and still undefeated in divine litigation. Historians still argue whether the Hermes Apollo scroll marked the beginning of the Organized Dream Oversight Commission, DOC, or if it was just the result of two competitive brothers accidentally inventing quality control for prophecy. Either way, Olympus is just a little safer and a lot more interesting. Section 21. It's been exactly 3 days since you rewrote Dream Law, negotiated with a rogue shadow god, and created a widely distributed divine pamphlet with footnotes, so naturally, you're bored. Olympus has gone quiet. Too quiet. No surprise trials, no goats breaking into the wine cellar, not even a single scroll threatening divine litigation over unauthorized liar jingles. Honestly, you're starting to worry. Even Kevin has fallen into a weird state of calm. He's lounging on a pile of laurel leaves, clearly recovering from the stress of nearly becoming a minor prophet. Apollo's off rehearsing a ballad about sunlight through bureaucracy, which may be the most aggressive form of healing you've ever witnessed. You, meanwhile, are perched on the roof of the Muse's archives, tossing olives into your mouth and trying to remember what chaos felt like before it had a job title. Then a scroll hits you in the face. Of course, it's from Hestia. Now, Hestia doesn't usually do drama. Goddess of the hearth, keeper of peace, high priestess of let's all just calm down. So the fact that she sent you a scroll at all? Immediate red flag. You unroll it and read. Hermes. We have a situation. A mortal poet claims your sacred scrolls are speaking to him in dreams. He's convinced he's receiving messages from the Court of Sacred Mischief. I have no idea what that is. Please explain. H. You blink. The Court of... what now? Cut to you standing in front of a small temple in rural Boeotia, trying not to laugh as a mortal named Phrixos proudly shows you the shrine he's built. It's modest. Reed walls, pebble floors, a little altar made from goat bones and olive pits. At its center, a wax figurine of you holding a scroll and giving a thumbs up. You stare at it. Okay, you say. First of all, great likeness. Phrixos bows low. The dreams led me here, Lord. I woke every night with visions of laws wrapped in riddles, of trials conducted under moonlight, of a goat that judged my sins. You glance sideways at Kevin, who is chewing on someone's sandal and looking extremely holy. And you call this shrine? The Court of Sacred Mischief, Phrixos says proudly, where truth is told sideways, and justice always arrives late, but in style. You blink, then burst out laughing. And here's your mainstream myth fact. Some real cults in ancient Greece sprang up around specific interpretations of God's personalities. There were minor sects that worshipped Hera as a goddess of weather, and one particularly bizarre group that honored Apollo as the patron of beekeeping rituals. So, while there's no official court of sacred mischief, it wouldn't be the weirdest offshoot religion to pop up. You crouch beside the altar, trying not to look too impressed. So, what do you think I want? You ask. Phrixos looks thoughtful. To tell jokes that reveal truths. To make mortals laugh and think. To show that chaos is a kind of order, if you squint. You pause, because, wow, that's alarmingly accurate. And what? Apollo says from behind you, appearing like the world's most radiant footnote. Do you think I want? Phrixos squints. To weep into sunsets? You grin. He's got you pegged. Apollo mutters something about poetic slander. But here's the twist. Phrixos isn't just hallucinating. You check his dream threads. They're pulsing, cleanly, brightly, with no trace of echo-eros or fake prophecies. These dreams? Legit. Meaning someone, maybe you, maybe the divine dream service you helped stabilize, is delivering messages that have accidentally launched a new cult. A cult of you. Apollo is not thrilled. You're telling me, he growls, that you nearly destroyed the dream network with a lawsuit, rebooted it using loopholes, and now have worshippers who think trials are sacred rituals of enlightenment? Technically, yes. And you didn't even try to make it happen? Nope. He stares. That's not fair. You shrug. I'm the god of unfair advantages. Phrixos offers you a little bowl of goat cheese and honey. You accept, because this is how religions should work, in your opinion. Apollo crosses his arms. What are you going to do with him? You think for a second. Nothing, you say. Let him build his little temple. Maybe he inspires a few more mortals to look at law and chaos and see the poetry between them. We could use that. Apollo mutters, until someone sues a bird for stealing their dreams again. You grin. Then we hold court. And here's your fringe tidbit. In one obscure scroll recovered from a lost Boeotian archive, there's mention of a ritual called the Jest of Judgment, in which priests wore goat masks and reenacted trials of gods as parables. Some believe it was a political satire. Others think it was a way for mortals to channel divine unpredictability. You think, maybe Phrixos is bringing it back. You watch him light a tiny candle under your wax statue. The flame flickers, and for a moment, you almost feel like you're dreaming again. But this time, the dream's been claimed, stamped. Legally and emotionally processed, you lean back and whisper to Apollo, do you think I've become a movement? Apollo rolls his eyes. You've become a walking clause in the next divine reform scroll. You both laugh. But later that night, as you lie on a cloud and watch the stars twinkle like blinking punctuation marks, you wonder, what else could you do with dreams? If one mortal heard your story and built a temple, what happens when 10 do? What happens when the god of mischief becomes the god of messages that matter? You smile in the dark, not because you know the answer, but because you're about to find out. Section 22. You've never seen your own face carved into a pumpkin before. Granted, it's not a real pumpkin. It's a sacred gourd offered at the latest outpost of the Court of Sacred Mischief, now spreading like wildfire across rural Greece. You stand there in mild disbelief, staring at the crude yet expressive likeness of yourself. Cheeky grin, winged helmet, scroll tucked under one arm, and, unexpected detail, a tiny goat at your side. Kevin looks pleased. "You're telling me," Apollo says, arms crossed, "this entire harvest festival is about you settling a lawsuit over cows?" You nod slowly, but with a spiritual twist. The high priest, a wiry man named Droman, approaches, beaming. "Welcome, Lord Hermes. We reenacted the trial of the stolen cattle using puppets and an interpretive dance. I played Apollo. I wept into a paper sun." You glance over to the dance circle. A group of villagers wearing cow masks are slow-motion moonwalking in a circle. A lyre solo blares awkwardly from a conch shell. "I love this," you whisper. Apollo pinches the bridge of his nose. "I hate this." But here's the twist. The festival is actually working, not just as a tribute to your chaos, but as a genuine community event. People are laughing. They're telling stories. They're whispering their dreams to each other over figs and honey. Droman even shows you a little wooden box labeled Prophetic Disclaimers, where villagers can deposit confusing visions for peer review. And here's your mainstream myth fact of the day. Ancient Greek festivals weren't just about sacrifice. They were forums for performance, civic unity, even legal reform. Playwrights like Aristophanes used comedy to critique divine behavior. If someone like you had inspired a festival, it would have blurred the line between religion and roast. You stroll through the market stalls as children chase each other with scrolls tied to sticks, pretending to serve subpoenas to goats. One yells, "You are being summoned for chewing the tapestry of destiny," and you nearly cry with pride. "This," Apollo mutters, "is out of control." "Correction," you say, holding up a small, olive-stained scroll labeled Trial of the Missing Spoon. The sequel. This is delightfully out of control. Then he hits you with it. "Do you even know how many cults fail?" You pause. Apollo steps in front of a statue that looks suspiciously like you, riding a cow while balancing scales. Most mortal cults burn out in weeks. They lose funding, get hijacked by weirdos, or misinterpret your message until suddenly people are wearing fish heads and yelling at the moon. You frown. That was one time. 3 times. You sigh, because he's not wrong. And here's your fringe tidbit. In several fringe case studies, early Greek cults dedicated to minor interpretations of major gods rapidly disintegrated into competing sects, like the followers of Ares, who started arguing whether battlefield farts were divine omens. The result? Divine cease and desist visions. Multiple. You take a moment to watch the villagers reenact the goat cross-examines the moon, which somehow involves interpretive bleeding. Then you realize something important. This cult, this accidental movement, it's bigger than a few scroll jokes. People aren't just laughing. They're connecting. Because here's the thing. You've always been about messages, about guiding souls, about delivering between the lines. And for the first time, mortals are seeing law, dreams, and storytelling as a kind of cosmic improv, a divine game of charades that might, if done well, actually bring people closer. So maybe, just maybe, it's time to stop pretending this is temporary. You climb the makeshift altar. The crowd gathers. Kevin leaps up beside you, noble and slightly gassy. You raise a hand. People of sacred mischief, you declare, inventing the term mid-sentence. I see you. I hear you. And I deeply respect your commitment to ridiculous justice. The crowd cheers. You continue, but as your trickster-in-chief, I have one humble request. Don't take any of this too seriously. Let law be playful. Let truth be crooked. Let goats be heard. Someone faints. Apollo mutters, "This is how actual religions happen." You whisper back, "And how empires collapse. Let me have my moment." Then you point dramatically at a young man holding a scroll. You shout. What do you dream of? He stammers. A courtroom made of clouds where my ex-girlfriend is on trial for stealing my sandals. You nod solemnly. May your subconscious find closure. He bursts into tears. You finish your speech with, "So remember, every silly story you tell, every dream you decode, every goat you cross-examine, is one more thread in the tapestry of cosmic nonsense. May it never unravel." Thunderous applause. Apollo sighs and claps one time. Later that night, you and your very reluctant brother sit on a rooftop, watching stars scatter like spilled ambrosia. Below, the village still buzzes. Music, firelight, laughter, carried on warm night wind. Apollo sips fig wine. You realize this means paperwork. You nod. We'll have to write a charter. He grimaces. And a doctrine. And a license to practice mischief-related prophecy. You add. A pause. Apollo says, "What would you call the head of the court?" You don't hesitate. Chief trickster of juridical nonsense. He groans. You grin. Because maybe this little chaos cult is fleeting. Maybe it'll fade, like so many others. But for now, it's fun. It's community. And it's your. Section 23. The next morning, Olympus wakes up to a scroll storm. Literally, hundreds of scrolls flutter from the sky like bureaucratic snowflakes. They drift through temple columns, land in fountains, get tangled in harp strings, and cling stubbornly to sleeping nymphs' faces. Each scroll is sealed with a wax emblem you know all too well. A goat, a gavel, a grinning face. Your face. By noon, the headlines across Mount Divine Rumor, where gossip is professionally archived, read, "Hermes cult files for divine recognition." Is mischief now a legitimate legal practice? Sacred laughter? Or subversive nonsense? Athena reviews the scroll. And you? You're lounging in a lounge you invented 5 minutes ago. Cloud cushions, lemon mint nectar, and a view of the mortals below reenacting yesterday's goat trial in song form. Apollo bursts in, waving one of the airborne scrolls like it's a cursed treasure map. "This is your doing." You glance up, unbothered. It's called community outreach. You filed divine paperwork. You grin. Actually, I inspired paperwork. It's a subtle difference. He throws the scroll at your lap. You applied for cult standardization status. And here's your mainstream mythological fact. In ancient Greece, cults could apply for formal recognition by the state. If approved, they gained land, legal protections, and the right to hold festivals. Some, even petitioned for intervention when rival cults tried to mock or absorb their rituals. Yes, that happened. Apollo pinches his nose. The form literally says, "Purpose, to establish sacred mischief as a legal spiritual performance genre, with divine oversight and goats." And you listed your title as head laughing clerk of cosmic contradictions. You raise a brow. It's a solid title. He glares. You stand and stretch. Look, all I did was give them some scroll templates and let them pick a font. If the scrolls caught wind and flew themselves up the mountain, that's divine enthusiasm. He points at the signature. You sealed every one personally. You shrug, enthusiastically, and then he hits you with it. Zeus is calling a council. You stop mid-chew of a honeyed fig. Oh, yep. A full council? He nods. All 12 major gods, plus Hecate for chaos insurance, I guess. You swallow. So, like, a big meeting? He nods again. About your cult? You whisper. Finally. He groans. But here's the real problem. Olympus is fine with minor cults, even weird ones. But when they gain momentum, when they start pulling in real believers, when temples pop up and scrolls rain down, and mortals start saying things like interpretive law dance, the gods get twitchy. And there's a deeper question bubbling under the surface of this summit. Is mischief a sustainable spiritual framework? You get dressed. Nothing too flashy. Just your classic winged sandals, a robe embroidered with tiny cows, and a sassy belt buckle that reads, "Legally Divine." You and Apollo arrive together, still technically co-authors of the dream pamphlet, which has now been turned into a 3-part musical in Thessaly. The council chamber is unusually packed. Zeus sits on his absurdly oversized throne, looking like he hasn't blinked since the first scroll landed in his ambrosia. Hera's beside him, already flipping through a complaint file labeled Scroll-Related Incidents. Athena stands with arms crossed, a scroll extender in one hand and a red marker in the other. Even Dionysus is sober. You bow. "Esteemed council," you begin. "How scroll you be today?" No one laughs. Tough room. Zeus slams his staff. "Hermes, what is the meaning of this? This movement?" You step forward confidently. It's not a movement. It's a community. A comedy. A collective revelation. Hera snaps. It's a cult where people reenact lawsuits with puppets. You nod. Yes. And beautifully, I might add. Dromon plays Apollo with pathos. Apollo mutters, "He used a mop as a wig." Athena cuts in. Your scrolls are inspiring legal reinterpretations. People are suing each other over dream messages. One shepherd tried to take a goat to court for staring at him ominously. Kevin, from the corner, bleats proudly. You take a breath. I understand the concerns, you say, and that's why I've filed the appropriate paperwork. A scroll unfurls, midair. Pages. So many pages. The Mischief Doctrine, you read. A 10-clause charter on sacred satire, emotionally responsible prophecy, and the rights of goats to serve as dream witnesses. Dionysus chokes on his grape. Poseidon raises an eyebrow. Clause 4? All goat-led visions must be reviewed by a certified dream scribe. Hestia speaks softly. Hermes, are you serious about this? And here's your fringe tidbit. In one obscure fragment of the Delphic archives, there's mention of a sacred fool's accord, a treaty drafted by an unknown god of communication that allowed truth to be spoken through laughter, especially during moments of civic tension. It was lost, until maybe now. You nod. I am, you say, because mortals need more than fire and storms. They need space to be confused, to laugh at themselves, to find meaning in the middle of nonsense. Zeus grumbles, even if that nonsense is you on a goat throne handing out poetic verdicts. Especially then. There's silence. Then Artemis sighs. I vote we approve it. With oversight. Athena mutters, and bylaws. Hera groans. And a scroll limit. Zeus grunts. Fine. But if one more goat sues a star, I'm shutting it down. You beam. You just got Olympic recognition. Mischief is now canon. You turn to Apollo. He shakes his head. Don't say it, he warns. You grin anyway. I rest my case. Section 24. You're officially a god with a certified, scroll-stamped, council-approved religious movement. Congratulations. Olympus hasn't been this awkwardly respectful toward you since that time you tricked Ares into walking into a wedding dressed as Hera. But now, instead of rage or passive-aggressive glares, you're getting something far worse. Legitimacy. You can feel it in the way the cloud servants bow an inch lower when delivering ambrosia, in the sudden arrival of a dedicated mischief correspondence office, a one-room annex guarded by a sleepy satyr and 3 very determined pigeons, and in the fact that Hestia has baked you a literal congratulations on cult formalization cake, complete with icing in the shape of a goat gavel. Kevin eats it before you get a slice. Naturally. Apollo, meanwhile, has developed a twitch. He paces outside your new office, muttering to himself. There are temples, there are regional leaders. Someone called you His Honor the Trick. That's not even grammatically stable. You lean out your window. Welcome to bureaucracy, brother. He glares. This was supposed to be a pamphlet. Pamphlets become doctrine when you add goats and glitter. And here's your mainstream fact for today. Roman and Greek state cults often began with small, local rituals before spreading through temple building, festivals, and yes, official legal recognition. The cult of Asclepius, for instance, started with local healing legends before expanding into a full-blown institution with dream clinics. You're on the same path, but slightly weirder. By afternoon, 3 new scrolls arrive. A request for divine arbitration over a love triangle involving prophetic chickens. A complaint about dream inconsistencies in goat-led rituals. A letter from a mortal boy named Timon, who says he saw you in a dream courtroom and now wants to grow up to be a sacred trick lawyer. You read the 3rd one twice. Then carefully tuck it under your robe. Because something strange is happening. People aren't just performing your stories anymore. They're learning from them. You visit a small town in Thessaly, where a traveling troupe is reenacting your trial against Apollo. The entire village is gathered in the Olive Grove Amphitheater, watching mortals dressed in togas and golden sandals dramatically argue about cow theft and celestial accountability. But here's the twist. They're not just laughing. They're talking afterward about fairness, about justice, about how truth can be hidden behind a joke, and how sometimes the gods aren't infallible. And that's okay, because even flawed deities can teach you something. You stand in the back, arms folded, as a girl no older than 10 delivers the line, "Even lies have patterns, and even a trickster can point the way." You feel something warm under your ribs. Not heartburn, pride. And here's your fringe tidbit. Some fragments of lost Orphic texts describe a shadow school, where students were trained to interpret dreams as metaphors for civic ethics, reading visions not as fate, but as reflections of how to live. It was never confirmed to be real, until maybe now. You return to Olympus and find Kevin waiting at your office door, wearing a laurel crown and holding, chewing, a petition from mortals requesting official sacred mischief mediation services. Apollo appears beside you. "Did you see this?" he asks, holding up another scroll. It's from Athena. Proposal: merge your cult's arbitration services into a formal subcourt under Olympus. Benefits: reduce mortal confusion. Drawbacks: you'll have to show up to meetings. You blink. A subcourt? Apollo nods. They want to make you a minor legal deity. You choke on your nectar. But I'm a major mischief. Legally, you're becoming both. You open the scroll. It's real. Signed by Athena, stamped by Hestia, annotated by Dionysus, with a wine stain and the words, "I like goats." You slump onto a nearby cloud bench. This started as a joke, a lawsuit, a chance to be clever in front of Themis and annoy Apollo. And now, you're becoming part of the system. You stare into the middle distance. What if I'm losing my edge? You murmur. What if I'm not chaotic anymore? Apollo raises an eyebrow. You just accidentally founded a religion based on trial puppets and goat ethics. If that's not chaotic, I don't know what is. You smile weakly. You think I'm still me? Unfortunately. He sits beside you. You both watch as Kevin eats a sacred oath tablet. Do you ever wonder, you ask softly, if the gods were meant to change? Apollo is quiet for a moment, then says, "We change whether we like it or not. The only question is whether we notice." You nod. And here's the call back. Remember Echoeros, the shadow of broken messages, the god of unfinished thoughts? You haven't heard from him since your deal, but lately, your dreams are quieter, calmer, like he's finally got what he wanted. A place, a line in the margins, just like you. Later that night, you light a single candle, not for show, not for worship, but for Timon, the boy who dreamed of a trickster's court and found meaning in contradiction. You whisper a blessing to his pillow, and a tiny scroll appears beside him in his sleep. It reads, "Keep asking sideways questions. The truth loves a zigzag." Section 25. You wake up to find an owl on your chest. Not just any owl, Athena's owl. It's holding a scroll in its beak and staring at you, like it knows how many seconds you've slept in the past century. You blink, sit up groggily, and try to figure out how long it's been perched there. Judging by the tiny claw prints in your toga, a while. You gently take the scroll. The owl hoots once, with disapproval and flies off. You mutter, "Well, good morning to you too." The scroll is short, but it hits like thunder. Summons to Olympus High. Mediation Council. Your sacred litigation practices have inspired 3 copycat cults, 1 competitive mascot lawsuit, and a literal fire in a dream oracle's filing cabinet. Please appear for clarification of clarification, and possible promotion. Athena, Chair of Oversight for Emerging Pantheonic Frameworks. You reread the word promotion, then scream into a pillow for 10 solid seconds. Because this is it. This is the moment every mischief god dreads and secretly longs for. The day they are either kicked out of Olympus entirely, or handed a title that sounds important, but is really just permission to create even more chaos under supervision. You're guided to the meeting by 3 doves wearing miniature scroll bags. They lead you into the council hall, where Athena, Zeus, Hera, Hestia, Dionysus, and a few less committed observers, including a napping Hermes statue someone brought for dramatic symmetry, wait silently. Even Echoeros, cloaked and quiet in the back shadows, makes a brief appearance. He nods once, then vanishes before Zeus can notice. "Let's begin," Athena says, and just like that, you're on trial again. Only this time, you're the precedent. Here's your mainstream fact of the day. Greek mythology is filled with divine promotions. Dionysus wasn't originally part of the 12 Olympians. He took Hestia's place when her role shifted. Even Hermes, back in the early days, had to prove his utility as messenger before Olympus granted him a throne. Godhood isn't static. It's political. Athena continues, "Your cult is unusual. It uses legal mimicry as spiritual metaphor. It references prophetic mangoes. One temple has a mural of you wrestling a chicken for judicial supremacy." You nod proudly. "They got my left eyebrow exactly right." Zeus grunts. "Is this going anywhere?" Athena raises a brow. "Yes, Hermes, we are offering you a formalized position within the Divine Dream Oversight Network. You would serve as liaison between dream oracles, mortal tribunals, and mischief-related symbolic rulings." You blink. "You want me to become a dream bureaucrat?" "No," Dionysus says. "We want you to keep being you, but with forms." Hestia adds gently, "Think of it as the fireplace under your chaos kettle." You're torn. On one hand, being the official god of regulated mischief sounds like a contradiction even you couldn't pull off. On the other hand, you'd get direct influence over dream interpretation, symbolic law, and whatever else the mortals start throwing into your weird scroll boxes. Apollo leans forward. "It's poetic justice. You sued me over cows and accidentally built a ministry." You sigh. "Can I still cause trouble?" Athena shrugs. "So long as you file the appropriate mischief notification form." You pause dramatically, then smirk. "Deal?" And just like that, you're sworn in. They don't even make you wear the formal sandals. A new scroll is drafted on the spot. Appointment of Hermes as Chief Dream Liaison and Sacred Arbitrator of Symbolic Mischief. Hera insists on a clause requiring you to attend at least one quarterly meeting in person. You bargain her down through dream proxy goat puppet. Zeus threatens to withdraw the offer. but ultimately signs when you promise to add honorary thunder rights to the footnotes. The ink is still drying when your first official case arrives. A farmer from Naxos claims he dreamed of a divine goat telling him to build a courthouse shaped like a beehive. He's halfway through construction. The local magistrate is livid. You grin, because this is the dream work you were born to do. Here's your fringe myth tidbit. A lost Corinthian myth claims Zua. Hermes once shaped a trial entirely in someone's dream. Judge, jury, and plaintiff were all aspects of the same sleeping mind. The mortal woke up with total clarity and successfully negotiated peace between warring towns. You've always known that dreams carry power. But now, you have the scrolls, the stamp, and the bureaucratic backing to shape them into something real. As you walk back through the marble halls of Olympus, Kevin trots beside you wearing his new pin, official witness of dream arbitration. You toss him a fig. Ready for the next case, Kev? He bleats heroically. You both step into your office, recently expanded, now with a wall of prophetic humor and 3 complaint boxes labeled confused, emotionally conflicted, and goat disagreements. You pour some nectar, sit back, and begin to write. Because when dreams start suing each other, it's your courtroom now, section 26. Your new title comes with a nameplate. It reads, Hermes, Chief Liaison of Symbolic Mischief and Dream Arbitration. Also, probably still stealing stuff. You didn't write that last part. Kevin did, with his hoof. It's been 3 days since your appointment, and your office already looks like a cross between a divine law library, a chaotic dream gallery, and a farmer's market run by ghosts. Scrolls pile like snowdrifts. Sleepy satyrs deliver prophetic pastries, dream croissants, from hopeful oracles. There's a line of mortals outside the Temple of Mischief every day now, seeking judgment, guidance, or just a good story told backwards. Apollo drops by just as you're sorting through the latest stack of dream depositions. He glances around at the chaos. You've created an empire of confusion, he mutters. You grin. With excellent branding, on your desk sits the Case of the Whispering Potatoes, in which a mortal swears his vegetable garden has started chanting legal codes from dreams. You're almost positive that one's echo arrow's messing around again, but it's harmless, for now. Still, you want to be sure, because your job isn't just about jokes anymore. It's about the thin line between chaos and meaning. You send a dream scout. Yes, those are a thing now, and yes, they wear glittery cloaks, into the potato farmer's dream. The scout reports back with something strange. A courtroom made of soil, a jury of bees, and a closing argument delivered by a cloud shaped like a spoon. Classic Echo Eros. But there's something new there, too. A door. Locked. Hidden behind the dream imagery. You frown. Because here's your mainstream myth tie-in. In several ancient traditions, dreamscapes were believed to have physical structure, a kind of geography of the mind, the gates of ivory and horn, pathways that led to prophecy or madness. If something's hiding behind the dream court, it might not be Echo Eros. You grab your satchel, your emergency goat treats, and Kevin. It's time to go dream diving. Apollo insists on joining. For accountability, he says. You know it's because he's still not entirely sure you won't rewrite reality mid-snack. You both head to the Dreamgate Grove, where licensed dreamwalkers sit around playing celestial cards and humming chords into sleeping olive trees. You lie down beneath one of the oldest. Close your eyes and slip. You land, no, arrive in the dream. It's darker than usual, heavy, like the dreamer's subconscious has pulled the shades down tight. The courtroom is familiar, except now the bees are chanting backwards, and the witness stand has been replaced by a fountain of fog. The potatoes hum legal Latin. Apollo sighs. This again. Kevin leaps onto the judge's bench, flaring dramatically. You approach the hidden door. It wasn't supposed to be part of the dream. It hums. You reach out, and a shock jumps from the handle to your fingertips. You stumble back. Okay, you whisper. Not Ekoros. Then it opens, slowly. No sound, just a pulse, like breath held too long, finally exhaling. Inside is a hallway, but not of this dream. This hallway is colder, smoother, made of whispers instead of stone. The air smells like old books and lightning. You and Apollo exchange a glance and step through. What you see inside is impossible. A dream archive, row upon row of floating scrolls, hovering silently in the gloom. Some are blank. Others glow with inscriptions in dozens of languages, many forgotten. Each scroll is labeled not with names, but with symbols. Some you recognize. An ankh, a trident, a sun disk. Others are unknown. A soft voice murmurs, "This is where the dreams no longer fit." You spin around. A woman stands there, draped in twilight robes, eyes deep as wells. You know her. No, kind of. Her name is forgotten by most, but she is called Hypra, the scribe of lost threads, one of the deep gods, not evil, not kind, just old. She's fringe myth at best, a footnote in an Anatolian clay tablet. Scholars argue whether she was a prototype of the Moirai or a discarded concept of fate's secretary. Some say she never existed. Some say she's still taking notes. She walks past you, touches one scroll. It glows faintly. "This," she says, "is the archive of unclaimed dreams. The stories never told. The prophecies interrupted. The symbols that arrived too early or too late." Apollo's jaw tightens. "Why now?" Hypra tilts her head. "Because someone made room. Someone challenged the structure, filed lawsuits in the mythic layers, turned chaos into rules, and in doing so, cracked the casing." You glance at the door behind you. "I did that?" She smiles. "You gave the lost stories a court to walk into." Your stomach drops a little, because this is bigger than interpretive goat trials now. Hypra gestures at the scrolls. "Some of these are dangerous," she says softly. "Not because they lie, but because they haven't been understood yet. You must decide which to release and which to guard." You swallow. "I don't want to be a gatekeeper." She shakes her head. "You're not. You're a translator. You'll help the world read its own nonsense." Apollo whispers, "This is prophecy, archaeology." You look around. Scrolls shimmer, waiting. Dreams wanting a voice. And you, trickster, liar, guide of souls, might be the only God ridiculous enough to give it to them. You nod. I'll do it. Hypra hands you a key made of shadow and light. The next scroll arrives tomorrow, she says. Be ready. And just like that, you wake up, back under the olive tree. Kevin is chewing a branch. Apollo is staring at you, like you've turned into a riddle wrapped in a punchline. What now? He asks. You smile faintly. We just got access to the dreams no one knew they were dreaming. And somewhere deep in the sacred archives of sleep. The next scroll flickers to life. Waiting. Section 27. You don't sleep the next night, which is ironic, given your new title and all. But your brain is buzzing with questions. Scrolls, archives, Hypra, the dream gate, the key you now keep tucked inside your sandal, like some magical parking pass to forbidden prophecy. You pace your cloud balcony, staring out at a sleepy Olympus where nothing looks different. And yet, everything is. The first scroll arrives at dawn. It doesn't drift down gently. It slams into your desk like a divine subpoena from the subconscious. It's wrapped in midnight silk, sealed not with wax, but with a stamp made of frozen breath. When you touch it, your fingertips tingle, like licking prophecy off a thundercloud, which, for the record, you don't recommend. Kevin watches warily from under your desk. He's taken to hiding when scrolls fall from the sky. Smart goat. You unroll it. There's no message, just a single image. A woman, eyes closed, standing beneath a shattered moon. Above her, scales cracked down the center. Below, goats. Dozens of them, walking in a circle, chanting your name. Oh no, you whisper. It's one of those dreams. You show Apollo, who appears already grumpy and suspicious. We're sure this isn't just some cult art project? You nod. Came from the archive. He groans. You don't wait this time. You gather your tools, your lyre, your satchel, Kevin's stress herbs, and head for the subconscious interpreter's grove, a new extension of the court you definitely didn't name, but 100% designed. At its center is a dreamstone, carved from moon crystal and etched with fractal verses. You place the scroll upon it. It glows. A voice emerges, trembling and soft, like someone humming through cold mist. I am Dione of Phasalis. Each night, I see the judgment break. The moon fractures. The goats march. The verdict never arrives. I wake with my voice full of questions, and my hands full of feathers. Apollo leans in. Goats again. You sigh. They're becoming our unofficial legal symbol. Now here's your mainstream myth tie-in. Dione is a name that appears in several myths. In some traditions, she's a titaness, a shadowy figure associated with oracular prophecy, and potentially the mother of Aphrodite. In others, she's merely a mortal prophetess, a dreamer who wandered too close to the divine fire and woke up singed. Either way, her name carries weight. You whisper the name again. Dione. The scroll responds by shimmering, then vanishes. You're not surprised. These dreams don't behave like messages. They're invitations. And this one? It's asking for a hearing. You call a session, not on Olympus. You take it to the mortals, to a mountaintop, where the court of sacred mischief now holds weekly dream councils. Villagers gather, offer figs, bring weird drawings, perform dramatic readings of confusing nap visions. It's charming, ridiculous, and somehow effective. You share Dione's dream, the cracked moon, the chanting goats, the verdict that never comes. The villagers listen, then murmur among themselves. One, a woman with clay-stained hands, stands and says, "Sounds like a trial that never ended." Another adds, "Maybe she's stuck, waiting for judgment." A child whispers, "Maybe she's the judge." You blink. That's it. This isn't a prophecy. It's a question. A soul stuck in looped dreaming, caught between roles, unsure whether she's accused or accuser. You play your lyre. The chords flow into the night air, weaving the symbols together. As you do, the villagers join in, not with words, but with rhythm, clapping, tapping bowls, even bleeding in unison. Kevin's influence is real. Together, you reenact the dream. The moon shatters. The goats chant. But this time, you offer a verdict. You stand, arms out, and declare, "Dione, you are not bound. You are not on trial. The court dissolves. The goats may dance. The moon may mend." The dream pulses. For just a moment, all sound fades. Then a cool breeze rushes down the mountain, brushing everyone's faces, like the closing of a book. Somewhere you feel it. A dream has ended. A verdict has finally been delivered. Apollo, sitting beside you, stares into the night. "That was actually beautiful," he murmurs. You don't respond, because you're staring at your arm, where a faint glow now pulses beneath your skin. The mark of the intermediary. It's shaped like a crescent scale, half lit, half dark. Another fringe myth tidbit, a lost inscription from Delphi, once spoke of the messenger between realms, a being who could pass verdicts in dreams that real courts could not. Scholars dismissed it as metaphor. You're starting to wonder if it was you or someone like you, a role waiting to be filled. Back at your temple, Kevin curls up beside the dreamstone, satisfied. You run your fingers over the place where the scroll vanished, and you realize something. These aren't just echoes of lost prophecies. They're requests from the parts of the world that don't have temples, that don't get daylight, that don't fit the divine syllabus. Whispers in the corners of consciousness, hoping someone, anyone, will answer. You smile softly, because now you're listening, and you've got the scrolls. And you've got time. Section 28. You should be resting. You should be lounging on your cloud couch, sipping elderflower nectar, letting Kevin chew on the ends of your legal scrolls like a divine, goat-shaped paper shredder. But no, you're awake at what mortals call the weird hour, somewhere between midnight and regret, reading over your newest scroll intake, which has started showing patterns. Not just goats anymore. Not just cracked moons and unresolved verdicts, but paths. Twisting ones. Winding, contradictory trails across different dreamscapes, all scribbled by different mortals in far-off cities, some illiterate, some unaware of your cult entirely. And yet they were drawing the same thing. A spiral staircase made of scrolls, leading up, or down, or both. You rub your temples. Apollo appears, uninvited but holding snacks, which is acceptable. He tosses you a fig-stuffed date. Still decoding? Still decoding, you mutter. He sits beside you, glances at the stack. Spiral dreams again? You nod slowly. They're spreading. Here's your mainstream myth fact. In Greek mysticism, the spiral was often a symbol of initiation. The Eleusinian mysteries, the cult rituals for Demeter and Persephone, involved symbolic descent into darkness and a spiral of revelation, meant to mirror death and rebirth. Mortals dreamed of spirals when their lives were about to shift, and the dreams you're seeing, they feel like that, but messier, more chaotic. You pull out a scroll from a shepherd in Arcadia. I dreamed I climbed the staircase of scrolls, each step a trial, each trial a joke. At the top, I saw my own face, laughing, then falling, then laughing again. Then, one from a fisherwoman in Rhodes. I walked the spiral until words fell off the walls. There was no verdict, just a door that said, "Appeal denied." Then I woke up, crying, but free. And then this one, from a child in Delos. I found a goat reading laws upside down. He said, "We are all misfiled truths." Then he gave me a cookie. You glance at Kevin. He gives you an "I plead the fifth" look. You sigh. This isn't random anymore. This is structure, a new one. You gather your things and descend to the dreamstone again. You lay the 3 scrolls across its surface. They align on their own, forming a triangle, each point pulsing with a different hue. Apollo leans in. This isn't just a prophecy. It's a ritual. And here's your fringe tidbit. There were whispered stories, never confirmed, about a long-lost oracular process called the spiral of self-contradiction. A meditative descent used by rogue mystics to resolve internal paradoxes. Dangerous, unrepeatable, said to summon old truths wrapped in riddles. Naturally, you have to try it. You sit cross-legged, center yourself, and drop in. The dream hits you like cold wine to the face. You're suddenly standing in a courtroom, but it's upside down. The ceiling is the floor. The jury hangs from vines. The judge is a mirror with no reflection. The stenographer is Kevin in a wig. He gives you a thumbs up. You walk forward. Scrolls line the walls, unfurling themselves as you pass. They read your memories aloud. Hermes steals cows. Hermes invents lyre. Hermes redefines property law in song form. Hermes files lawsuit, then sues his own argument. Each scroll glows, then burns, then reappears. You reach the center of the courtroom, where the spiral begins. Down you go, step by step. Every level, a trial, not of others, of you. A goat accuses you of weaponizing metaphor. A child asks why laughter doesn't always heal. A shadow version of yourself appears and says, "Is mischief still sacred, or just a smokescreen?" You pause, because that one stings. But you keep going. The spiral tightens. The air thins. You reach the bottom. And there's a door. No label, just silence. You open it. Inside is nothing. A blank room. No scrolls, no goats, no dreams. Just quiet. And a question floats through your mind. Not spoken, not written, just felt. If mischief reveals truth, what do you hide from yourself? You close your eyes. Think. Then answer. I hide how much I care. The room nods, or maybe it just agrees without motion. And then everything breaks. You fall upward, out of the dream, back to the stone. Apollo is waving his hand in front of your face. Are you dead? You better not be dead. I am not explaining this to Zeus. You sit up, blinking. I found the bottom, you whisper. And there's more. He groans. Why is there always more with you? You shake your head, smiling faintly. Because the dream wasn't a warning. It was an invitation. This spiral? It's the path of sacred contradiction. And the mortals dreaming it? They're not confused. They're learning. From your stories, from the goat trials, from the chaotic scroll work of divine nonsense stitched with sincerity. And that's the punchline no one saw coming. You've built an entire spiritual framework out of jokes. You lean back on the stone, arms behind your head, staring up at the constellations. I'm going to need more parchment, you murmur. Kevin bleats like a prophet, and in the stars above, a new symbol flickers into being. A spiral of scrolls, lit from within. Waiting. Section 29. You start calling it the spiral, not because it sounds dramatic, though it does, but because it's the only term that captures the way these dreams have begun to layer on top of each other, curling inward like mythological cinnamon rolls of subconscious weirdness. Each new scroll carries some version of it. A staircase made of argument. A courtroom with no exit but self-reflection. A goat wearing a robe, whispering ancient legal codes through a kazoo. Okay, that one might have been a local temple festival dream. But still, the spiral has officially entered the mortal dream ecosystem. Which means you're not just dealing with individuals anymore. You're dealing with momentum. You meet with Apollo beneath the dreamstone canopy. He's holding 3 scrolls in one hand and a grapefruit in the other. They're getting deeper, he says, tossing the fruit to Kevin, who headbutts it like a champion. Longer, less chaotic, more intentional. You nod. They're not just dreaming of the spiral anymore. They're walking it. And here's your mainstream mythological fact. The Eleusinian mysteries, those secret rituals devoted to Demeter and Persephone, included something called the descent. Participants symbolically traveled to the underworld and back, facing death and rebirth. The spiral dreams? They mirror that shape. A symbolic inward journey. A sacred confusion designed to transform. The question now is, why? You find your answer the next night, not in a scroll, but in a dream that comes to you. You're in a temple you've never seen. It's yours, apparently. There are frescoes of your deeds on the walls, but painted upside down, as if mocking the myth itself. Your trial with Apollo is depicted like a slapstick comedy. Your invention of the lyre, reenacted by mice with instruments made of cheese. It's oddly flattering. Then you see the altar, and someone standing at it, back turned, robe of shifting shadows, a voice like paper tearing. You built the court. Now walk its logic. You know that voice. Ekoeros, you say. He turns slowly. And here's your fringe tidbit. There's a lost Hellenistic myth about a god called the Unwritten, who was said to appear only when laws turned to symbols and truth began to fold into itself. Some scholars think it referred to Ekoeros. Others say it was metaphor. You're starting to suspect it was both. He gestures to the altar. On it, a scroll, black parchment, white ink, no seal. You pick it up. It reads, "When the trickster becomes the translator, when the courtroom becomes the mirror, when the dream walks itself into the waking world, the spiral will open." You whisper, "Open what?" Ekoeros doesn't answer. Instead, he reaches into your chest, gently, impossibly, and pulls out the spiral mark, the one that's been glowing on your arm. He holds it like a coin, then flicks it into the sky. It becomes a star, and you wake up, back in your temple, sweating. Kevin chewing a sock. You look down. The mark is gone, but the spiral remains. In your thoughts, in the air, in the way people speak to you now, not with confusion, but with intention. Because here's the real twist. This isn't about mischief anymore. Not entirely. It's about resolution. You realize that now. The spiral dreams aren't just nonsense. They're paths to clarity. Mortals who walk them wake up changed, lighter. Some even write their own scrolls now. Poetry, testimonies, retellings of their spiral journeys. You read one from a widowed sailor. "I saw my wife in the courtroom. She wasn't angry, just waiting. We sat in silence until I stopped asking for answers and just listened. When I woke up, the grief had shape. And so did I." Another from a priestess. "In my spiral, I judged myself for all the things I could not control. The goats called it a mistrial. Then we laughed. I think the laughter was the truth." You sit in your temple's archive, reading these by candlelight. Scrolls from dozens of cities, from dreamers you've never met. All of them using your system, not for worship, not for fandom, but for meaning. And for a moment, the weight of it sits heavy in your lap, because you didn't mean for this to happen, but you did want something like it. You wanted to prove that mischief could heal, that jokes could hold shape, that even absurdity, given structure, could be sacred. Apollo enters without knocking, because that's who he is. He sits beside you in the soft candlelight and tosses a new scroll onto the pile. Another spiral journey. "3 more tonight," he says. "Any goats?" "Only one." He was wearing glasses. You both sit in silence for a while. Then he asks, "Do you think we're in too deep?" You think about it, about the court, the cult, the accidental doctrines, the archives, the spiral, the shadow gods, the trial that became a religion. And finally you say, "I think we're exactly where we were meant to end up." Apollo huffs. "That's terrifying." You smile. "A little." Then you turn to Kevin. "Chief goat witness of the spiral court," you say solemnly. "Prepare the temple." Kevin bleats. "Because tomorrow, you go public. Not just with the dreams, not just with the scrolls, but with the truth. That every trial, every trick, Every twist of logic and laughter was leading here to the spiral doctrine, a sacred contradiction. And your greatest masterpiece yet, Section 30. You awaken beneath a swirling sky adorned with silver clouds, each cloud etched with delicate, spiraling patterns that pulse softly, like the very dreams you have chased through countless sleepless nights, now reaching out to paint the heavens themselves with their mysterious shapes and endless, winding paths. And there, in your chamber, Kevin the goat is already on his feet, prancing eagerly as he drops half-chewed scraps of scrolls across the marble floor, like tiny breadcrumbs leading you deeper into the vast cosmic mystery that has become your life. You sigh deeply, knowing well that today will be anything but calm or ordinary, because today marks the long-anticipated unveiling of the spiral doctrine, the culmination of a journey that began as mere mischief, but has blossomed into something far greater, a living, breathing framework of sacred contradiction and paradox, where chaos and order entwine in a divine, eternal dance, and where the space between questions is as vital and as precious as any answer. A doctrine that embraces the complexity of existence itself, inviting all who listen to wander the winding path inward and upward toward deeper understanding. Standing before the grand assembly of Olympus, you gaze out over a sea of faces, both divine and mortal. Gods who sit poised and expectant, spirits whose eyes gleam with curiosity, seekers of all kinds who have gathered to witness this historic moment that feels as much like an ending as it does a beginning. And even the fates themselves have come, their silken threads subtly interwoven with yours, their inscrutable expressions betraying nothing, yet hinting at the immense weight this day carries for all of existence. Clearing your throat, you begin with a voice that blends the warmth of a practiced storyteller and the gentle cadence of a dream weaver, inviting everyone present to set aside their desire for certainty and embrace instead the sacred spiral, the symbolic and literal path winding endlessly within and beyond, filled with questions that challenge, confound, and transform. A ripple of murmurs flows through the crowd, while Apollo offers a rare and genuine smile, his lyre softly humming a hopeful tune that mingles perfectly with your words and the weight of the moment. You then unfurl the scrolls of the spiral doctrine before them, each one a carefully embroidered tapestry of stories, legal parables, dream interpretations, and just enough lighthearted footnotes to remind even the most serious of gods that sacred wisdom need never be devoid of humor and playfulness. The assembly leans forward, enraptured, drawn into the delicate balance of wisdom and whimsy, law and laughter, order and chaos, all woven through your speech like threads in a divine loom. As you close your address, you offer a heartfelt benediction, wishing that all may find courage not only in the answers they seek, but also in the silences and spaces between them, that they may learn to laugh at their contradictions and walk the spiral with open hearts and open minds, ready to embrace the mystery that lies ahead. Applause and laughter burst forth from the crowd, mingling with Kevin's jubilant and proud bleats as he assumes, with the dignity only a goat can muster, his ceremonial role as Herald of the Goat, a title he wears with mischievous pride. Beneath the twinkling canopy of stars, A profound and calming certainty settles deep into your soul. A feeling that this moment is not an ending, but that the true beginning of mischief, meaning, and sacred paradox intertwined. Though future historians will debate endlessly whether the spiral doctrine reshaped Olympus forever or simply became another beautiful myth added to the expansive repertoire of the god of trickery, you, the storyteller, the architect of divine chaos and subtle wisdom, know the simple truth. Every great myth requires a touch of chaos, and every chaos needs a storyteller brave enough to hold the pen and spin the tale. You smile knowingly, because that storyteller, the weaver of the spiral itself, is none other than you. This day marks not just a single moment in the endless river of time, but opens a new chapter where mischief transcends mere jest and prank, becoming instead a sacred invitation to explore the paradoxes nestled at the very heart of existence itself. And as you stand there, feeling the weight of countless eyes, godly and mortal alike, fixed upon you, you realize that the spiral is not merely doctrine or myth, but a living journey, a dance that you and all who dare to question, to laugh, and to dream will walk together, step by winding step, into the endless mystery that is at once chaos and order, hope and uncertainty, forever entwined in the cosmic dance of the universe itself. The words echo softly in your mind as you gaze upward into the velvet sky, scattered with stars that seem to spiral themselves, reflecting the very nature of this new sacred path. And you feel the deep pulse of possibility vibrating through your veins, knowing that this is the dawn of something far greater than any simple story or joke, a spiritual revolution woven from the threads of paradox and laughter, a roadmap for all who seek meaning in the beautiful messiness of life. Kevin nuzzles your hand, breaking your reverie, and you smile, grateful for this moment of calm before the inevitable waves of change begin to roll outward, carrying the spiral doctrine far beyond Olympus to touch mortal hearts and minds, guiding them through their own winding journeys of contradiction and discovery. And as the first light of dawn stretches across the horizon, you step forward into your new role, not just as the god of mischief, but as the sacred guide of paradox, the eternal trickster who holds the pen that writes the story of the spiral itself, forever inviting all to join in the dance. Section 31. The morning after the grand unveiling of the spiral doctrine breaks with a strange, almost sacred stillness that seems to settle over Olympus like a soft, shimmering veil. You awake in your chamber, bathed in gentle, golden light, filtering through translucent curtains. And Kevin is already perched at the edge of your bed, his eyes gleaming with the restless energy only a divine goat can muster, as if he senses that today holds the promise of new beginnings and hidden wonders. Scattered across your desk are scrolls and letters, freshly arrived from mortals and minor spirits alike, their ink still wet with excitement and reverence for the doctrine you have set forth. Shepherds from distant hills recount their nighttime dreams, where goats speak in riddles and stars spiral endlessly in the sky. Priestesses describe visions of fractured moons knitting themselves back together through labyrinthine patterns, and children send drawings of swirling dances and laughter that twist and coil like the spiral itself. Walking through the marble corridors of Olympus, you notice subtle changes in the air. A softness in the usual stern gazes of the gods, an undercurrent of curiosity, buzzing like electricity, and even the fates gently weaving their threads with a newfound delicacy. Apollo joins you, his lyre slung casually over one shoulder, a quiet smile touching his lips, softened from his usual mischievous smirk. "You've stirred the cosmos in ways neither of us could have imagined," he says, gesturing toward the courtyards where mortals and spirits alike practice the spiral rituals you inspired. Together, you prepare to convene the Council of Dream Interpreters, a diverse and growing assembly of oracles, philosophers, and ethereal beings who understand that dreams are not merely visions, but sacred conversations, bridging worlds. These council sessions evolve quickly from formal tribunals into vibrant circles of exploration and play, where paradox is embraced rather than feared. Questions are cherished over definitive answers, and laughter becomes a language of its own, softening the hardest edges of divine law. In guiding these discussions, you feel yourself transform, not simply a trickster, but a mediator, a translator who helps others find meaning in chaos without extinguishing its mystery. The doctrine blossoms beyond a set of sacred texts into a living tradition, woven into the very fabric of Olympus and mortal realms alike, inviting all who seek to journey inward and upward along the spiral's endless path. As twilight deepens and the stars begin their silent vigil, you stand atop Olympus's summit, gazing out over the sleeping worlds below. The spiral is no longer just a concept or a myth. It is a path walked by many, a dance that continues to unfold in infinite complexity. And you, Hermes, the eternal trickster and now sacred guide, hold the pen that writes this ever-unfolding story, forever inviting all who dare to follow to join in the spiral's dance of mystery, contradiction, and revelation. Section 32. In the days and nights that follow the unveiling of the spiral doctrine, Olympus itself seems transformed, as though the very air hums with new energy, a gentle but persistent pulse that resonates through the marble pillars and echoes softly across the sacred groves. Mortals, far and wide, begin sending scrolls, gifts, and offerings inspired by this new sacred path, their messages filled with awe, curiosity, and sometimes confusion, yet all imbued with the spirit of paradox and possibility that the doctrine embodies. You find yourself drawn increasingly to the mortal realms, where the ripples of the spiral spread in unexpected ways. Shepherds charting spiral constellations overhead as they tend their flocks beneath the stars. Artisans weaving tapestries that shimmer and shift with an almost magical life of their own. Children whose laughter rises in spiraling cascades that dance on the breeze like a joyful incantation. Apollo, ever the loyal companion, walks beside you through sun-dappled olive groves and glistening fountains, his lyre strumming gentle melodies that seem to echo and amplify the rhythm of the spiral itself. "You've awakened something ancient," he murmurs, his voice thoughtful and reverent. "Something that has long awaited a voice, a shape, a song." You nod in agreement, feeling the weight and wonder of this awakening settle deep within your soul. The Council of Dream Interpreters grows in both size and diversity, now welcoming mortals and gods alike, all eager to explore the deepening mysteries of dreams, symbols, and paradox. The council meetings flow less like formal tribunals and more like sacred dances, with stories and riddles weaving seamlessly through the air, laughter softening the sharp edges of even the most complex debates. You sense the doctrine evolving beyond a mere collection of teachings into a living tradition, one that nurtures curiosity, courage, and a joyful acceptance of uncertainty. One evening, as twilight paints the sky with rich hues of violet, amber, and rose, you stand at the summit of Olympus, gazing down upon the mortal worlds bathed in a subtle, glowing light. The spiral is no longer just a concept or a doctrine. It is a path being walked by many, a dance that continues to unfold and invite all who dare to journey inward and upward. And you, Hermes, the eternal trickster, now also the sacred guide of paradox and meaning, hold the pen that writes this endless story, forever inviting others to join the spiral's dance, step by winding step, into the beautiful mystery that is existence itself. Section 33. The days following the establishment of the spiral doctrine usher in an era of unexpected vibrancy across Olympus and beyond, as the divine and mortal realms become more intricately intertwined through the shared dance of paradox and revelation. You find yourself swept into a whirlwind of new responsibilities and opportunities, where every step leads you deeper into the unfolding mystery of the spiral's power. Mortals who once feared the chaotic whispers of their dreams now seek your guidance, bringing tales of symbols and visions that defy easy explanation, but pulse with profound meaning. Temples dedicated to the spiral doctrine emerge in far-flung regions, humble at first, built from rough-hewn stones and woven reeds, but growing steadily in stature and influence as word spreads of the doctrine's ability to turn confusion into clarity and contradiction into insight. You travel frequently between Olympus and these sacred sites, accompanied by Kevin and occasionally Apollo, whose presence lends both musical harmony and a steadying hand. Each temple hosts its own unique expression of the spiral, reflecting the culture and spirit of its people. Some favor interpretive dances that mimic the endless loops of the doctrine. Others create intricate, labyrinthine murals depicting the cosmic spiral, while still others hold dream councils where participants share their visions and wrestle with paradoxes together. These gatherings become lively crucibles of insight and creativity, places where the line between divine inspiration and mortal wisdom blurs, and where laughter and contemplation intermingle like the threads of fate themselves. Meanwhile, back in Olympus, the Council of Dream Interpreters expands its scope, inviting new members, gods of liminal spaces, spirits of forgotten memories, even reclusive muses drawn by the spiral's enigmatic call. The council's deliberations grow ever more intricate, balancing the unpredictable energies of mischief with the solemnity of sacred duty. You find your role evolving yet again, not merely the architect of doctrine, but its living embodiment and advocate, tasked with nurturing its growth while safeguarding its core paradoxes. At times, the weight of these responsibilities presses heavily upon you, a reminder that the path of sacred contradiction is as demanding as it is wondrous. Yet, in moments of quiet reflection, beneath starlit skies, you are reassured by the laughter of children spiraling through the groves, the soft bleats of Kevin as he roams the temple grounds, and the harmonious melodies that Apollo weaves to accompany the unfolding story. As the spiral continues to unfurl across realms, weaving gods and mortals into its tapestry, you stand poised at the heart of this living myth, a trickster no longer merely causing chaos, but guiding all who walk the spiral toward deeper understanding, connection, and ultimately, transcendence. Section 34. The Spiral Doctrine, once a whimsical idea born from a mix of mischief, laughter, and divine dispute, has now blossomed into a living, breathing force that weaves through the fabric of existence itself. Its threads, both visible and hidden, tangible and ethereal, touching every corner of Olympus and reaching deep into the mortal realms with a quiet but unstoppable momentum. As the doctrine spreads like a constellation of shimmering stars across the night sky, you find your role evolving beyond that of the mere trickster or reluctant guide you once were. Now you become a keeper of sacred thresholds, a mediator standing firmly between certainty and doubt, laughter and solemnity, order and chaos, the known and the unknowable, the playful and the profound. Each day brings us fresh challenges and astonishing revelations as followers of the spiral doctrine interpret and embody its teachings in ways that surprise even the gods, crafting new temples where spirals are carved into the very stones, and rituals that echo with the rhythms of paradox and harmony. Sacred texts multiply and proliferate, each one offering fresh pathways through the labyrinthine mystery of existence, inviting all who dare to enter to dance along the endless spiral of discovery and contradiction. Meanwhile, the Council of Dream Interpreters continues to convene with ever-growing fervor, its gatherings blossoming into vibrant celebrations of mystery, insight, and shared wonder, where gods and mortals alike engage in dialogues that blur the boundaries between prophecy, philosophy, poetry, and joyous chaos. Apollo remains your steadfast companion through these times, his music a soothing balm that lifts weary spirits and a beacon guiding you through moments of uncertainty, exhaustion, and cosmic disarray. Kevin, the unpredictable yet ever-loyal goat, offers companionship both grounding and mischievous, reminding you not to take the cosmos, or yourself, too seriously. Even in the weightiest of times, the spiral's unfolding sometimes threatens to overwhelm, its intricate dance threatening to unravel the delicate balance you have nurtured with such care. But each time, you find renewed strength and purpose in the laughter of those who walk the spiral's path, in quiet moments beneath the vast canopy of stars, and in the profound knowledge that paradox itself is a sacred invitation, an endless call to embrace uncertainty, find joy in contradiction, and continue dancing forever onward into the unknown. And so, heart and spirit entwined with the eternal spiral, you continue to write the story that is both yours and everyone's, the grand, ever-evolving story of mischief made meaningful, chaos made sacred, and the eternal, beautiful dance of existence itself, a story that invites all who hear it to step into the spiral and discover their own place within the cosmic tapestry. Section 35. As the final chapter of the spiral doctrine's unfolding story begins, a profound calm settles over Olympus, unlike anything experienced before. A serene, almost sacred pause that feels like the deep breath taken before a great cosmic leap. You stand on the edge of worlds, where gods and mortals converge in shared wonder, where laughter and silence mingle in perfect harmony, and where the eternal spiral twists onward into realms still unseen and stories yet untold. The doctrine you birthed from playful mischief and careful trial has become far more than mere words, rituals, or scrolls. It has woven itself into the very fabric of existence, a living, breathing dance of paradox and possibility that continues to evolve with each step taken along its winding path. Across mortal realms, those who have embraced the spiral walk it with open hearts and curious minds, their dreams richer, their questions deeper, and their lives more profoundly entwined with the sacred dance of chaos and order. Temples dedicated to the doctrine glow softly beneath the veil of starlit skies, where priests and seekers gather in quiet celebration of mystery, holding space for questions without demanding final answers, honoring the beautiful tension of contradiction as sacred. The Council of Dream Interpreters has grown into a beacon of wisdom and whimsy, a sanctuary where gods and mortals alike converge to explore the labyrinth of contradiction, to share stories that challenge and delight, to embrace uncertainty as a source of strength rather than fear. Apollo's melodies echo like a gentle river flowing through these halls, reminders that even in the deepest mysteries, music and laughter remain keys to understanding and connection. Kevin, once merely a mischievous companion, has become a symbol of joyful mischief and steadfast loyalty, roaming temple grounds with a sense of purpose that belies his playful nature, embodying the truth that even the smallest creatures can carry the weight of divine destiny with grace and humor. And you, Hermes, eternal trickster, sacred guide, and master storyteller, watch as the spiral unfolds endlessly before you, a vast tapestry of stories, dreams, laughter, and paradox that invites all who dare to join the cosmic dance of existence. As the stars wheel overhead in their eternal circles, you whisper a blessing upon the world, a hope that all may find courage in paradox, joy in contradiction, and peace in the perpetual dance of the spiral. You reflect on the journey, the lawsuits, the cults, the dreams, the councils, the transformation from trickster to guide, from chaos maker to meaning weaver. It has been a path winding and uncertain, full of surprises and laughter, woven with moments of doubt and bursts of inspiration. You smile at the thought that every great myth needs chaos, and every chaos requires a storyteller brave enough to hold the pen and spin the tale anew. Now, standing on the cusp of eternity, you step forward into the unknown, the eternal trickster who has woven chaos into sacred meaning, ready to lead others along the winding path for all time. And as the spiral stretches infinitely outward, wrapping the cosmos in its gentle embrace, you know this story, your story, is far from over. It is only the beginning of countless tales yet to be dreamed, of laughter yet to be shared, and of mysteries that will continue to unfold in the endless dance of existence itself. Wind down, now, as the stars slowly wheel overhead, their light soft and steady. Imagine yourself lying back beneath the vast velvet sky. The weight of the day lifts from your shoulders, leaving only the quiet rhythm of your breath and the gentle hum of the universe surrounding you. The spiral doctrine, with all its twists and turns, paradoxes and laughter, has woven itself into the very fabric of your thoughts. Like a lullaby sung by the cosmos itself, inviting you to rest and dream. Feel the cool night air brushing softly against your skin, carrying whispers of ancient stories and timeless mysteries. In this moment, there is nothing you need to solve or understand. Instead, you are invited simply to be, to drift slowly and gently into the endless dance of existence where chaos and order, certainty and doubt, laugh and whisper in harmony. Let your mind wander freely along the spiral paths you've traveled, paths of curiosity, mischief, and revelation. Each step a soft echo in the quiet night. And if your thoughts begin to wander into questions, let them float away like leaves on a stream, knowing that some answers come not in the day's harsh light, but in the gentle glow of dreams. Kevin, your faithful companion, curls beside you, a warm presence reminding you of the joy found in simple moments and playful hearts. Take a deep breath in, filling your lungs with peace, and breathe out slowly, releasing the last threads of tension. The world is vast, mysterious, and beautiful, and you are part of its endless story, both listener and storyteller. So rest now, dear dreamer. Let the spiral carry you softly into sleep. Sweet dreams.